we present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the antidote to panel games. At the piano is Colin and your chairman, Humphrey Lyttleton.
Hello and welcome to another series of I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue. When we started, I actually looked like the photograph of me outside the theatre. Because this is in fact the 11th series of I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, which means that we've recorded almost 100 editions of the programme, including 4 funny ones. Let's see if we can notch up a fifth now with our two teams, who are Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton. And Graeme Garden and Barry Cryer. And we're going to launch ourselves like greyhounds unleashed into that ever-popular game, Mornington Crescent. Everybody knows the rules, so for this first game in this series, we're going to play one of the special rules teams, so if you just make a note of this, that reverse substitution is allowed below an Oxford Street Shepherd's Bush axis. Have you got that?
No. You can't reverse below.
It's allowed. Reverse
Maybe
substitution
allowed.
is allowed.
You can do it.
Substitution.
Well, you can.
Oh,
yes,
sorry.
Sorry,
Substitution.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, Barry, you better start now. You seem to have got the hang of it quicker than the others.
Well, there's only one way I can start now. Ladbroke Grove. Good start.
Ladbroke Grove. Willie.
Wrong.
Challenge from Graeme.
What was that? I wasn't even meant to do that. I've forgotten the rules myself. First of series, I forgot the rules. Beg your pardon.
Kensington Church Street. No. Wait.
That's the reverse if we're going on to Taylor Green. Doesn't do
Well,
anything.
try.
All right, Oxford Street East and Argyle Street.
Oh.
Oxford Street East and Argyle Street.
Yeah,
Yeah,
What it
right.
says on the thing.
Oh, I see. Holloway Road on its own.
Holland Park.
No. Let's say
Park Lane, Manchester Square, and Mornington Crescent. Whang!
Well done.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Fair enough.
Oh, I lay like
I
a
can see that coming. Well done, Willie.
I didn't.
Okay, teams, let's go on now to the game called Yellow Pages. I flick through the Yellow Pages. Teams, you have to stop me when you want to, and I'll give you a trade, the members of which you have to announce at the end of the programme, at their annual ball.
perhaps the listeners at home
Right.
would like to flick through the yellow pages themselves.
Yes,
It's more
good
fun
idea.
than listening to the programme.
Yeah.
Yes,
If they can
Tim.
flick through at the same speed, they'll know where you are. So you can
The
tell
whole
them...
point is you're not meant to know where I am.
Oh, right.
They could ring in then, couldn't
No. Right, here we go.
Our number's
I'm
not
going
in
to
the book.
start flicking now.
Let your fingers do the walking, Hump.
Stop.
Well, yes, I can give you a choice, bolt and nut stockists. But you don't look too keen about that one.
they? Too easy.
Bookbinders, bookmakers. How about bookmakers? We'll make it easy for you by enlarging it a bit to gamblers. So at the end of the program, I'll ask you to announce your late arrivals at the Gamblers' Ball.
Could be
Meanwhile,
the publishers, could it, as well? The makers of books. I'm sorry, I mean, just trying to spread it.
meanwhile,
Nobody loves a smart ass.
He's on
Not
drugs.
what you said before.
You promised.
order.
Try
Now,
to lager, please. And
we'll rush on to the game called Excuses. This is based on the game so popular with married couples, Where the Hell Have You Been? It's Gone Midnight. Someone I'm about to nominate will ask a searching question, and the next person will make an excuse, and the next one will foil that excuse, and so on until I press the buzzer or murder is committed. We're going to start with you, Graeme Garden.
J'accuse.
I remember him.
Why?
Oh, Sid Hughes' brother.
Yes.
Why are you two wearing drag?
Oh, so we are. It was very dark in the bedroom when we got dressed.
whose bedroom?
John Selwyn Gummer's.
You heard it here first.
It's a beautiful name, but I find that very hard to believe because you never ever see him wearing drag.
I told her it was very dark in the room.
What were you doing in this bedroom?
This.
What? What's that?
No idea, but we're going to show it to Arthur Negus.
You're not going to see Arthur Negus dressed like that.
I'd go a long way to see Arthur Negus dressed like that.
Okay, well done, Willie. And we're going to start with you, Willie, now to make another excuse and start the second game off.
What were you two doing round the back of the 3 Degrees last Friday?
This. And as a result, there are now 45 degrees.
Is that centigrade or Fahrenheit?
I don't know. It was dark in the bedroom.
That's enough of that. Now, we have a game called New Sitcom Ideas. TV and radio channels are always trying to come up with new formats for successful situation comedy series. So in this next round, I'm going to ask you for some suggestions, teams, for sitcoms. And then we can send the best ideas to the Penelope Keith Rescue Fund. And we'll start with Barry Cryer.
Funny you should mention Penelope Keith, Humphrey. I had this great idea for a series. Penelope Keith as a mother superior in love with a midget. It's called Don't Swing on My Beads. A winner.
Been
or
done.
not.
Right. Willie.
This is quite a serious idea. It's a variant on The Odd Couple. Brian Clough falls on hard times and goes to live with Quentin Crisp. After about 2 episodes, they realise they are, in fact, twin brothers. And then you've got whole wonderful things can happen to them. I mean, extraordinary effect on Nottingham Forest, who become the first gay leaders of the 4th Division. I thought the most important thing in a situation comedy invariably is the sofa. So I've got a very rude sofa played by Bernard Manning. That would be it.
That would be it.
Crisp. It's a good title.
What was the title? Sorry.
Clough and Crisp. I wouldn't like to hear the theme music, but Clough and Crisp.
Okay, Graeme.
There's this steeplejack, who's played by John Inman. And he lives next door to a retired stoker from Birkenhead, who's played by Penelope Keith. Now, problems arise when John Inman's son, played by Windsor Davies, falls in love with Penelope Keith's Doberman Pinscher. It's bad enough that the age difference is 36 years, but imagine the reaction when Windsor Davies gets pregnant. And the series is called Bucket of Cold Water. Oh.
The audience applauded because I waved at them.
Well, you know them.
Okay, Tim Brooke-Taylor.
Rather sentimental one, mine. It's a father who goes to a transvestite club and takes what he thinks is a lovely girl home with him. It turns out to be his son. Meanwhile, the son's boyfriend falls for the mother, thinking she's a man on the likely grounds that no woman could look like that. Wendy Craig enters at this moment and suggests that they all dress up as nannies, including herself, and live with the women's peace movement. There ensue many weeks of hilarious mirth-making fun of women, the possibility of nuclear holocaust, lesbians, gays in general, blacks, and the England cricket selectors. There is, incidentally, one key role, a camp Spaniard, with the catchphrase, "What a gay day go."
What was it called?
Well, I didn't wave at the audience that time. It was quite spontaneous, so Tim wins the round. Well done, Tim.
This is what they want.
Thank you, Humphrey.
Right, we go on to a game called Just a Minim. This is a musical round in which the team members attempt to sing a song for a minute without hesitation, repetition, or deviation. And our first song is I Want to Be Happy. And we'll start with you, Graeme Garden.
I want to be... What?
The challenge from Tim Brooke-Taylor.
Hesitation.
Well, he hadn't started.
I know you hadn't started.
That
Why is that?
was Colin Sell playing the introduction.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I thought it was Mouse.
I want to be happy, but me... What?
Challenge from...
That's the second time he's sung that.
I think I'll uphold that one, yes.
Don't.
Willie, carry on.
Myself desire to be happy.
Challenge from Tim Brooke-Taylor.
Well, a repetition of happy.
Carry on, Tim.
Right.
Like you.
Hesitation.
No, I won't allow that one because Tim hasn't had a line for quite a while. Go on,
But
Tim.
they won't be.
Challenge from Graeme. Graeme, yes.
Deviation.
Yes, you're right there.
All
Definitely.
that.
He's wearing a dress.
All that stuff about Penelope Keith
So it's
and
for you
gay
to
Spaniards.
Will you pick up the song and try and finish it, please?
Life's really worth living when we are mirth-giving. Why can't I hand some to you when skies are grey and you say, thou art blue, me will send the sun.
Challenge from Willie Rushton.
The came up again. Hasn't come up for a long time.
No.
In
The
fact,
what
something
then?
back through it hasn't come up before.
The
T,
is a-
H, and E have come up quite a lot more.
Not in that order, though.
Not necessarily.
No.
Well,
Right, carry
Willie, I'll uphold that one, but I want to hear something from Barry Cryer. So, Barry, will you take it up?
Hesitation.
Quite true. I'm going to stop that song because you're having problems with that song, and let's do another one. Let's do a slightly slower song. I think this is a nice one. I always like this one.
Oh.
Never on Sunday.
Been reading my mail again.
Willie.
Oh, you can kiss mine. Oh, me. Sorry.
Graeme.
Deviation.
Only if you do.
I should say so. Yes, I'll uphold that. Carry on, Graeme.
Oh, you can kiss me on a Monday, a Lundi, a Montag is very extremely good. Or you can osculate me on...
Tim? Yes,
Or
Tim.
you can. Repetition.
No, it was hesitation, but carry on.
And hesitation.
And hesitation.
And deviation.
And deviation. Carry on,
And-
Tim.
Osculate me on a Tuesday, a Mardi, another day of the week. In fact, you wish I could. Or,
Challenge from Graeme.
Repetition in reverse order.
I think that's right, Hump.
Yes. All right, then, Graeme, you pick up the song from there.
Or you can do it again to me on a Wednesday, a third day of the week, a last day of the week, and last day of the week, but one repetition of last day of the week.
You challenge yourself.
So I can go on.
Yes.
But never, ever on a Sunday, a Lord's Day, 'cause that's my period of 24 hours of rest.
I think we'll allow that one to go.
Yeah.
And really
Great
speaking
improvement
now,
on the
the
original, I thought.
whole contest is very evenly poised as we go on to the next game, which is called Estate Agent's Jargon. Anyone who's bought a house and received particulars from estate agents will know that they're experts in creative writing. So I want you teams to give me some examples of estate agent's jargon and then tell me what it means. I think we'll start with Tim Brooke-Taylor.
Oh. Compact garden means access to window box. Basically. Semi-detached means it's falling apart. And one I liked to think the other day was a very large period building praised by John Betchman, built on Victorian lines. It means they're selling St. Pancras.
Barry.
Open plan. A Barrett's helicopter crashed on it. Green belt. Mouldy skirting. Reduced for quick sale. I like that one. That means please someone buy it before it collapses.
Willie.
Well, one they misuse now is studio, which is actually a room higher than it is long or wide, and the window's too high up to actually look out of it. If it is ideal for photographer, it's the same room without the window.
Graeme.
But sometimes you see on their adverts the letters CH, which means cannot heat. To recep means that 2 receptacles are required to catch the rain dripping through the ceiling. Needs some renovation usually means condemned. And indoor WC means outdoor bath.
Anybody got any more? Tim?
A stone's throw from Hyde Park means all the windows are broken.
Within commuting distance, Gatwick's at the bottom of the garden.
Attractively modernised means flock wallpaper.
Full of character means the Death Watch Beetle are particularly loud.
Listed building means the Tower of Pisa.
We go on to the next game, which is called Tell the Truth. This is a variation on the brilliant Channel 4 game hosted by the highly talented chairman, Graeme sorry, I can't read your handwriting, Graeme. In Channel 4's version, 3 people identify themselves as the same person. Only one of them is telling the truth, and the panel have to pick him out by judicious questioning. So on this occasion, Graeme and Barry will be doing the questioning, and I now call upon our 3 individuals to identify themselves. Number 1, please.
My name is Adolf Hitler, and I lost World War II.
Now, number 2, please.
My name is Adolf Hitler, and I lost World War II.
Now, number 3, please.
Rückt unter den Jubel! Österreich in unser Land ein! Österreichische Soldaten begrüßen deutsche Gaue!
Right. Now, Graeme and Barry, you can question our 3 Hitlers to find out which is the real Adolf.
I'll start. They're all very persuasive.
Yeah.
Number 3 I thought had a trace of a Scottish accent, but... number 2, where do you live now?
Here.
And number 3, what sort of job do you do nowadays?
Rückt unter den Jubel!
I see, BBC car park attendant. Right. Now, I don't know...
I would like to disassociate myself from that remark and hope that I get a space one day.
This is very difficult. I think they're going for a double bluff here. Number 1, do you wear any special clothing, or did you wear any special clothing while you were losing World War II?
Only for interior decoration.
My time's up.
Right, Barry.
Number 1, you're German, aren't you? This is obviously an assumed voice.
Yes, I am German,
Oh,
though I was born in Austria.
Austrian. Max Jaffa country. Number 3, did you ever marry?
Österreich in unser Land ein!
Fair enough. Number 2.
Zig Jimmy.
Why is your arm in the air, number 2? Is that a customary pose for you?
Oh, I was just
Bit of a
acting under
giveaway,
orders.
that. Bit of a
My
giveaway, I
own
think.
orders. Sorry, you're talking when I'm talking to you.
Are you... Oh, my time's up.
Okay, now, Graeme and Barry. First of all, Graeme.
Who
Who do you think it is?
Well, number 3 was quite plausible, but gave himself away with the answer to Barry's last question.
Yeah.
Number 1...
Number 1 was a woman, I thought.
Number 1 was a
What
woman.
about the little moustache?
And
Yes,
met
but
the
usually
wife?
on the lip.
I think I'm going to go for number 2 because he looks as if he might invade Poland.
Right, Barry, do you agree with that?
I boiled them down, and they're awfully tasty. I'm going for number 2 because he looks as if he has invaded Poland. Very recently. Yes, I'll settle for number 2.
Number 2,
Number
right.
2.
Right, now I must ask the real Adolf Hitler, will you please stand up?
He can't, he's dead.
Good.
Who'd have thought it? Who'd have thought
Oh,
Right, but just for interest, number 1, can you tell me what you do?
I am a 24-hour bomb maker.
And number 3, what do you do?
Österreich in unser Land ein!
he was on punchlines last
You
week,
are-
I remember.
Okay, with Graeme leaping into the lead there, we have a game Bordeaux. Everybody knows the rules. We're going to play the game now with the board laid out already in advance. The teams are equipped with dice and counters. Thank you. And that's enough.
Counter.
We'll start with you, Graeme Garden.
Right.
Your throw.
And I've got a 4 there, which gives me an extra throw. 5 means I can throw the second dice twice more. That's once. Twice. Right. Nope, I can't go.
Tim.
We've only got one dice.
Throw it twice.
1. Can I throw it twice, Hump?
Oh, go on.
That wasn't very good anyway.
4 and 1 make, Willie, quick. 5, right.
Good.
Right, community chest. Return to Beecher's Brook.
Ah.
Right, okay.
Barry.
Okay. Oh, that's useful.
7. Oh. I can either not go or go. I have the choice.
Go.
7.
Syrup of figs will help.
Just missed it.
Community chest, pick up card. You have been knighted by Harold Wilson. Go straight to jail. That's me out.
That puts you in
With
a
a
very
bit of luck.
strong position. It's Willie's turn.
6. Ew. I'm in a hotel in Mayfair with the Reverend Green. This could lead to something. Thank the Lord. There's a secret passage. Hang on. Oh. I'm now in bed with Colonel Mustard.
Well, that's all we have time to do this week. Remember the positions as they are now, because we should be picking up from there. Now we come to our last game, which is the point where I ask the teams for their announcements for late arrivals at the Gamblers' Ball, which we chose from the yellow pages. Late arrivals at the Gamblers' Ball.
Welcome, someone who has trouble with his R's. Talk through it. From the roulette table, Ian Navarre-Plou.
Oh.
And all the way from France, will you welcome Mr. and Mrs. Defer and their daughter Charmaine Defer.
Please really welcome from Spain, Senor Ahmed, the well-known Spanish robber, the famous Juan Ahmed. Bandit. And his Chinese racing friend, Wei Din. Thank you.
They've come in with Burt Baccarat.
From Las Vegas, the family Shoot Crap. And their son, Les Shoot Crap. Despite the fact he's out of season.
All the way from Russia, the famous horse racing family Favorite. And their son, Ivan's Favorite.
Mr. Chui and his daughter Betty Chui.
Oh. And her friend Roulette Lenska.
There are the Go Callers and their son, Ben Go Caller.
From the Post family, a clerical gentleman. He's a pastor, in fact. In fact, he's the first pastor post.
I have
With
another holy
anti-post.
man. An Irish holy man from Peru. A Fata Juan de Field.
Everybody's moving away from him.
Thanks to the Daily Mirror, we've got Andy Capp arriving at 3:30. That's from Newmarket. That's the 3:30 Andy Capp from Newmarket. Also from the southern states of America, please will you welcome visitors to our country, Mr. and Mrs. Ment of Risk, and their necessary daughter, the necessary element of risk.
She's a Yankee.
There's Spot the Ball. Oh, no, it's Spot the Dog. He's doing the pools.
At this point, with Tim Brooke-Taylor first past the post and Barry crying, next week, Graeme, next
Tommy
week.
Tune and his sister Pon. Pon Tune.
This is where we come to an end for this week, and from all the teams and myself, goodbye now.
Barry Cryer, Graeme Garden, Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton were being given silly things to do by Humphrey Lyttleton, with Colin Sell setting some of them to music. The programme is produced by Paul Mayhew Archer. We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the antidote to panel games. At the piano is Colin Sell and your chairman, Humphrey Lyttleton.
Hello and welcome to I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue. If you read the papers, you'll know that this programme has been reviewed quite frequently. Phrases such as brilliant, inspired lunacy and wickedly funny are just some of the complimentary things that have never been said about our two teams, who are Barry Cryer and Graeme Garden, Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton. And we start with an educational round called Translations. I'm going to give each team member an obscure foreign phrase and ask him to translate it and give its derivation. 2 points for each correct answer and 10 points for each wrong one. Graeme Garden, we're going to start with you. Here's your phrase. Dieu est mon droit.
Dieu est mon droit is the family motto of Mrs. Thatcher's family, and it means God and me are right.
But not necessarily in that order.
Tim Brooke-Taylor, here's your foreign phrase. Et tu brute.
Did you eat the aftershave?
Very good. Okay, Barry, here's one for you. Valpolicella.
Very kind of you. Mr. Dunican's parrot is in the string section.
This is going like a house on fire. Willie Rushton. Here's yours. Deutschland, Deutschland über alles.
Dutchland, Dutchland, Uber Alice. Alice is headed away all over Holland. Twice.
I don't think you can
Anybody
say
else
Holland.
Anybody else got any foreign phrases they'd like to translate?
Moi aussi, I am an Australian.
Ich bin ein Berliner it means I am a misprint for a bin liner.
Veni, vidi, vici, mittentitch. For some of our older listeners. Chacun a son goût. Oh, Jack's got the gout.
Avez-vous femme? Would
Oui.
you like my sister?
We, yes please, very much.
Ich liebe dich. I'm very fond of Richard.
Okay, teams, well, we go on now to the next game, which is, no, this is not actually a game. This is the point where I tell you that I'm going to flick through the yellow pages, ask you to stop me at any given point, and I'll choose the profession for which you'll have to provide appropriate guests at the ball at the end of the programme.
Are we keeping you up, Hump?
Is this your Horlicks?
I'm going to start flicking now, and...
Everybody should have a hobby.
OK, Barry, you can be the one to stop me.
Keep flicking, Hump. I'd like an early one. Now.
Well, this one occupies the whole page, so there's no question of any choice at all. It's car distributors, and let's call them car salesmen. Car salesmen. At the end of the programme, I'll ask you to provide announcements for the late arrivals of the car salesman's ball. And we now go straight on to the round called Sounds Peculiar. I'm going to play in a few bizarre sound effects, and I want you to tell me what you think they are. We'll start with you, Graeme Garden. Listen to this one.
Well, I recognise that one at once, of course. Living as I do in the country, that's an old country custom. It's about this time of the year they do it. It's the annual cutting of Michael Heseltine's hair. which is then followed by burning the stubble.
Tim, here's your sound effect.
That's Dolly Parton preparing for a concert.
Oh, she packs them in, doesn't she?
Barry, here's your sound effect.
Margaret Thatcher's tribute to Ronald Reagan. Or John Selwyn Gummer laughing.
Willie Rushton, here's one for you.
I recognise Boy George. I think the rest of it was Norman Tebbit getting on his bisexual. Correct me if I'm wrong.
You're actually near enough right as anything. So we'll go on to you, Graeme. Here's another one for you.
It was a telephone call. In fact, it was a Pershing to Pershing telephone call.
OK, Barry, listen to this sound effect.
That's Britt Eklund entertaining her latest.
Well, I have to tell you, teams, that Willie Rushton is at the moment so far ahead that it's not really worth giving him another sound effect there. So with Willie in the lead, we go on to censored songs. I'm going to ask each team to sing a medley, and during the medley it will be their task to censor, by means of a buzzer, any words they consider will outrage public decency or frighten the horses. And I shall be checking the words in the Richard Pryor dictionary. Barry and Graeme, we're going to start with you with a medley of Simon and Garfunkel songs.
Slow down, you too fast. You gotta make the thing last. Just down the cobblestones, looking for and feeling. Hello, lamppost, watching. I come to watch your growing. Ain't you got no for me? Do feeling. Are you going to Rosemary and
Cheers from the audience. That was Barry and Graeme. Now see if you can beat that Willie and Tim with a medley of Noel Coward songs.
Someday I'll see you, moonlight behind you, true to the I am dreaming. As I'm near you, you'll smile a little smile. For a little while, we shall stand in hand. I'll you again, race you again. Now dogs and Englishmen go with their son. Deplores this stupid habit. In Hong Kong they are gone and fire off a new name to reprimand each inmate who's in late. In the mangrove swamps where the python romps, there is from 12 to 2. Even caribous lie around and there's all else to do. At all is seldom, if ever, done. But mad dogs and Englishmen go in the midday, 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 in the midday sun.
Very good teams. Take marks each as we go on now to sound charades. Using only the immense versatility of their voices, each team will in turn give us a charade of a play, a film, a book, or whatever, especially whatever, and the other team will then have to guess what it is or why they bothered to do it, and the answer will go up on our electronic scoreboard here in the studio while a mystery voice reveals all to our listeners. And the first people to do a charade will be Graeme Garden and Barry Cryer. It's going up on the board now here in the studio. Here's the mystery voice to tell you at home what their charade will be.
Another time, another place. Another time, another place.
And will you tell Tim and Willie whether it's a play or a film or what? A book?
It's a film.
4 words.
4 words and it's a film.
Right, go ahead.
Here's your lunches, gentlemen. 1 place and chips.
Oh, thank ye. That's for the dairy man.
1 more place and chips.
Oh, that's for the cow man.
And 1 more place and chips.
Ah, that's for the plough man. But he ain't here yet, nor won't be for some time.
Well, it'll spoil. I'd better cook him another place and it'll be ready when he arrives. The end.
Let me just say to the audience that when the guessing team gets warm, you're allowed to help them by giving them a little bit of applause.
Your Place on Mine. There isn't anything called that.
It's a good title, though.
Yes. Actually, I was whispering that to you, Willie. Seems to have got picked up on the microphone. Is place relevant at all?
No.
In a fish way?
In a fishy way?
Very fishy way.
Hello, hello, Moby Dick. That's 4 letters, isn't it? Fish on the end. Yeah.
Not a film. Otherwise, spot on.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you
I wasn't listening anyway.
They did it all together. I'll give you one more hint, and that is that the word another appears on the card.
Another place, another place.
Another time, another place?
I don't know that one.
Having got it within the half hour, you get the 1 mark. And Tim and Willie, your charade's coming up now. It's going up on the board here. Here's the mystery voice to tell you at home.
The draftsman's contract. The draftsman's contract.
Right, will you tell them what it is, a play, film, book, or whatever?
It's a film.
I'm not going to tell them what it is. It'd ruin the whole game.
Good
It's a
tip.
film, 2 words.
Oh, 3 words.
Well, not the way it's been... Yes, 3 words.
3 words now.
Okay, carry on with your...
Going to do them all at once.
But, Mr. Moult, prior to signing, may I say how rarely Brenda and I stand by the window dropping feathers.
Well, it's a lot better than going outside where the front of the house keeps falling off every time My chopper comes out.
Oh, it's a very clever one. It's the draftsman's contract.
Wonderful. Brilliant, Graeme.
Is it a
Absolutely
film?
brilliant.
Oh, sorry.
Graeme and Barry, will you do another charade? Here it is going up on the board. Here it is for you at home.
Flash dance. Flash dance.
Film, a book, or what?
It's a film, and it's debatable, isn't it? Is it 2 words or 1? What do the audience think?
1 or 2.
One, yes. All one.
It's all one to them.
And we're going to do it all in one. And it's nothing personal, Colin. There is music involved. And it's, what key?
You
dum, 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 da, 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 da. Oh! Dum, 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 da, 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 da. Oh! Dum, 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 da, 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 da. Oh! You're a hunter arrest. Hooray! They got it.
Flash dance.
Yes, your charade was too good. Right, Tim and Willie, we've got time for you to do one more. Here it is on our board here. Let's hear the mystery voice give it to you at home.
The ploughman's lunch. The ploughman's lunch.
3 words, movie. Now, sir, be ready to order.
Not at the moment. Incidentally, isn't it nice to see the Jedi have come back? Just thought I'd pop this in. Does Alice live here anymore?
No, sir.
No.
Oliver does, and Evita, and Sister Mary Ignatius, and Poppy, and her friends Wozer Albert, but, be ready to order.
Well, speaking as an officer and a gentleman, I'd like to say that I think I'll have his.
Bog off.
Cats.
Wasn't a guess. Some have just come into the studio.
We were in a public house, and I said I'll have his.
He being...
Ploughman's lunch.
I thought it was going to be a return of the ploughman's lunch. That would be much more fun.
Okay.
Brought it back
If you
by
do so
popular
over there in
demand.
the corner, please.
The ploughman's lunch strikes back.
Right, with Barry and Willie in the lead, we go on now to the singing relay. And this is where the members of each team sing a song taking alternate words. If you get through the song, I shall make you do it again faster. We're going to start with you, Graeme and Barry, and your song is Make 'em Laugh.
Make 'em laugh.
Make 'em laugh.
Don't you?
Everyone wants
To
laugh.
My dad said,
Be
an actor, my
son.
but
Be a comical
one
They'll be standing
in
lines
for
those old honky-tonk monkey
shines.
Oh, you could
Study
Shakespeare
and
be quite elite.
and
You
could
charm
the
critics,
but
you
won't
have
to
eat.
just
Slip
on
a
banana
peel
and
stardom
to
sweet.
make
'Em
laugh.
make
'em
laugh.
Make
'Em
laugh.
Actually, Graeme and Barry, you were so near the world record then that I think, would you like to have a go for it? Try it once again, a little bit faster. Quite a bit faster.
Repetition.
Oh,
make 'em laugh.
don't you know
Everyone wants to laugh.
my dad said,
Be
an actor, my
son,
but
be a comical
one.
They'll be standing in lines
for
those old honky-tonk monkey
shines.
Oh,
You could study
Shakespeare
and
be quite elite.
and
You could critics,
but
you
won't
have
to
eat.
just
Slip on a
banana
peel
and
stardom to treat.
make
'em
laugh.
make 'em laugh.
Make
'em laugh.
worse. That was worse.
What a pity, I know. You were going so well, too. Tim and Willie, here's your song, The Girl from Ipanema.
Tall and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, each one she passes goes, ah. Oh, but sadly, get him off. Can I tell her I love her?
Yes,
I would give
my heart gladly.
The piano's died.
Colin's gone home.
But
Each day when she walks to the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at me.
The Swindle Singers, ladies and gentlemen.
Sorry about that, Tim. Colin
Too much for you, was it? Fingers?
I'm not going to ask you to sing that one faster, because you couldn't even sing it slower. Right, we're going now to this week's round of Bordeaux. You remember last week the game ended in a very critical position there. In fact, Tim Brooke-Taylor had actually thrown, and the dice...
We've cleaned it up now, it's all right.
The dice has been covered and under armed guard since last week, so will you read it now, Tim Brooke-Taylor, what you threw at the end of the game last week?
Yes, I threw a 4.
Yes.
Which means that I pick up a continuity card, which means I've got 5 of them. I've got 5 under 21, so one of my battleships has to go. Down a snake. Unless I use my Mornington Crescent card. So probably I can pass.
There's a forfeit for that, surely.
There is a forfeit, yes.
You've got to take the silver suppository now, haven't you?
Yes, but not as part of the game.
Your turn to throw
the
back.
only way to kill a modern Dracula.
And embarrass the Lone Ranger. Now, here we go. Oh, double 1. Well, round the board twice. Throw 1 die. Oh, 6. Community chest, card. You are Cecil Parkinson, go back 10 years. Well, that's me on green.
Right. What about you, Willie? Throw.
It's missed the board.
Quite a toss there. Silver boot in the waterworks. Your turn.
No, it isn't. It's Graham's
It's my turn, right. Oh, double 1 again. So that's twice round the board. I can't remember which by my pieces because it hasn't moved there. They're the boot and the hat.
Yes.
You're the little car.
Yes.
So I'm the Sydney Opera House. Twice round the board. 1. We'll take the rest as red because I'm on a chance square here. Chance card. You are caught short during the second act at the Palladium. Miss a turn. Right. So Sydney Opera House is now on Fenchurch Street Station. Puzzle the commuters. Right.
Well, that puts Graeme well in the lead for next
yeah.
week's game. And we won't go on with that one now, because we have to ask the teams to introduce their late arrivals at the Car Salesman's Ball. This is where I sit back and enjoy myself.
Well, first through the door is a sad old tart from the Paris Underground, clapped out mini metro.
Also from Paris, with Minnie, is our old friend, the hatchback of Notre Dame.
Who's that lovely lady over there? God, Tina.
I'm surprised she's not afraid to show her face here. Afraid to show her face here. I'd have thought she'd have been dashboard.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Livery and his daughter, Frida Livery.
No friend Lana Drover.
Anna Ford. Senor Perlita from Spain.
Oh.
And his son, Miles Perlita.
And will you welcome, please, Mr. and Mrs. Lejag, and their daughter, Dame Lejag.
Oh.
Yes, she's Porsche.
Volkswagen Golf and his Cadillac.
All the way from Wales. The Japanese Welsh family, the Hatsus, and their son Dai Hatsu.
In order to stop Willie Rushton
Mr.
hogging
Bear
the-
Tires and his bald son, Fred Bear Tires.
Look at that personalised clapped-out car outside. That Morgan's a suitable case for treatment. That's a good topical.
And over there, Mr. and Mrs. 1,000 miles on the clock, and their son Zebedee 1,000 miles on the clock.
Well, at this point, ladies and gentlemen, the teams collect up their marks and go out into the night, and I say that until next time, goodbye.
Barry Cryer, Graeme Garden, Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton were being given silly things to do by Humphrey Lyttleton, with Colin Sell setting some of them to music. The programme was produced by Paul Mayhew Archer. We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the antidote to panel games. At the piano is Colin Sell and your chairman is Humphrey Lyttleton.
Hello and welcome to I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue. Now, I realise this programme is a group effort, but I think we'd all agree that one person in particular stands out. He stands out for his warmth, his wit and his sheer comic genius. And having thanked our announcer, let's meet the teams. Graeme Garden and Barry Cryer on my left. Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton on my right. And we start straight away with the game called Double Feature. This round takes as its premise the poverty of the international film industry. For economic reasons, new films will have to be remakes of pairs of old films. I want you to hear the resulting titles, and I'll award points for anything approaching humour. So let's start with you now, Tim Brooke-Taylor.
Oh.
Yes.
The makers of Watership Down and Trilby have combined to produce Rabbits Out of a Hat. Now Barry Cryer.
Oh, sorry. I've combined Privates on Parade with Flashdance for a new film called Good Morning, Judge. The end.
Willie Rushton.
This is a huge money saver. This is the Coral Sea, Danish Blue, 20 million Frenchmen can't be wrong, the Italian Job, if it's Tuesday it must be Belgium, Funeral in Berlin, Hotel Amsterdam, No Sex Please We're British, The Spanish Gardener, and it's called the Coral EEC.
All right, Graeme.
Well, I'd heard they were going to combine Blade on the Feather and Blade Runner and produce Gillette G2. And news, you'll be pleased to hear of a new Video Nasty, which is a punk version of Separate Tables, and it's called I Spit in Your Gravy.
Anybody got any more?
Well, I've got a possible here, which is the Mousetrap and Daisy pulls it off, and they're just doing No Sex Please.
All right, teams. Well, Willie,
I've got another one. Sorry. My doctor knows about it, though. A Man Called Horse, Hell Below Zero, Reds, and the L-Shaped Room. It's a film called Emmanuel Meets Red Rum, which
The makers of To the Manor Born and The Matchmaker combined to produce their Man of the Match.
All About Eve, No Way to Treat a Lady, and It Came from Outer Space, a new film called Boy George.
And they're going to remake 5 Mules for Sister Sarah and title it Fair Swap.
All right, well, Willie Rushton squeezed a point out of that round. And we go on now to the point where I flick through the yellow pages and ask our teams to stop me and choose a trade. And then at the end of the programme, I'll be asking the teams for appropriate names for members of that trade and then announce them at their ball.
Stop.
Oh, actually, you've got a very early one here, the letter V, and it's, you can either have Venetian blind cleaners, or you can have vibration consultants.
Oh, don't talk shop.
You're not looking cheerful. Vermin destruction, or veterinary surgeon. Let's have veterinary surgeons, shall we? Veterinary services, or vets.
Vets.
All right, vets. Right, start thinking.
It was rather going
Even if it's a late hour. Now, we have a calypso round. This is the round when each team has to improvise a calypso, with the members of the teams taking alternate lines and Colin Sell providing assistance at the piano. And I'm going to ask you, Graeme and Barry, to give Tim and Willie their subject for a calypso.
An easy one this week.
Yes. Doddle.
Will you please sing the President Mitterrand calypso?
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Merci bien.
Allô, Monsieur Mitterrand.
Allô, Monsieur le Président. Très français.
Oui, c'est bon pour la France que vous êtes un homme.
Nous avons une vache stupide. Where we comes from.
Well, it's lucky we have a bilingual audience here. I'll give you 3 points.
Oh, is that what they are?
No English.
Tim and Willie, now,
well.
will you give Graeme and Barry their subject?
We would like them to do the calypso.
As in Jacques Cousteau's boat, or bateau.
Oh, yes.
His boat the calypso.
His boat the calypso.
Bateau calypso.
Pursuing
Calypso.
the French motif.
Right. I'll start. I'll sing in English.
You sing in English.
I was sailing along in my boat the Calypso.
With the first mate who's a bit of a dipso.
We lowered the dinghy, put the oars in the rowlocks.
My fingers on the buzzer.
That doesn't rhyme.
Better than what I'm thinking. And laid a pipeline for Ackles and Pollocks.
Safe.
15 points to you for ingenuity. And we go on to the round called Straight Faced. In this round, the aim is not to amuse the audience. Each panelist in turn says a word, and the first one who gets a laugh from the studio audience is disqualified. The remaining 3 continue the game in rotation until only one survives, and to that one I award a large number of points. Okay, and we'll start with you, Graeme Garden.
Mayonnaise.
Plum.
Plinth.
Gallows.
Egg.
Limeswold.
Bad luck, Tim. Bad luck, Tim. You're out then. You're out. Barry, you start off again.
Burlap.
Willie Rushton.
That was very
between
popular.
you and Graeme Garden now.
Tendril.
Log.
Room.
Artichoke. Not really, it wasn't a laugh.
A what? I didn't hear anything. Go ahead.
It's the best he's got so far this evening.
Even so, it didn't register. Okay, Willie, continue.
Grass. Soup. Plough.
Furrow.
Haddock.
I'm sorry, Willie. I'm sorry. It's
no just memories they were having.
Too late to shush them now. No, that makes the winner Graeme Garden.
Great.
How lurid. Okay, teams, here's a game called Tag Wrestling. In this round, I'm going to give each team the payoff of a story, and I shall then start one of you off telling the story to fit your punchline. And then when I feel like it, I shall press my buzzer thus, and a member from the opposing team will have to take up that story, but make it fit his punchline. I'm sure you understand that. Now, Barry and Graeme, take down your punchline, and it's this. And Maggie entered a convent and was never heard of again.
Amazing
right.
What wishful thinking will do.
And Tim and Willie, here's yours. The fairy waved her wand at Richard Clayderman, but he still remained a frog. Barry and Graeme, you've had longest to think. Not that that'll make much difference, but you can start off your story now.
Maggie got up that morning. It seemed just an ordinary day, and yet she felt that something was afoot. Probably 12 inches, but this was nothing to do with the day ahead. This is Maggie Wilkinson, of course, you realise. Her personal private secretary came in and said, "A phone call for you."
Willie.
And on the phone was a fairy. She said, "I'm in most appalling trouble," she said. "I've got this frog called Richard Clayderman. I've been waving my wand at it all morning."
Please don't go on any further, said Maggie. This is not my department. You should take it to the EEC Commission in Brussels. So saying, she hung up the phone, and that was the last she heard about frogs and Richard Clayderman that day. "What are my appointments this afternoon?" she said to her PPS. That's short for Personal Private Secretary. And I'm short for time.
And the personal private secretary said, "You're all right, this afternoon, you can have it off. But unfortunately, I have to return home because my wife is playing the part of a fairy in the local fancy dress party, and I'm going as Richard Clayderman, dressed as a frog."
Maggie said, "Don't bother me with all this trivia. I've got a country to run." And she
Maggie Wilkinson, this is.
Maggie Wilkinson,
right,
yes, it's
you.
A fairy story. And she popped next door to number 11 and received some dreadful news from the Chancellor. He said, "The game's over. They've tumbled. All gone. She..." Or not.
The only thing that can possibly cheer me up is to listen to the works of Richard Clayderman on the piano. "Alas," said Maggie, "he's still a frog. I've got this fairy who's been waiting in the office outside now for about 3 days due to the rude treatment of the opposition."
"But where," she said to her PPS, "is Richard Clayderman that I may go and listen to him?" "Well, I believe he's being looked after," she said, "by a silent order of nuns. Go and visit him there." So Maggie entered a convent and was never heard of again.
Oh. Sorry. Yeah, well, that certainly took me by surprise. Now, we have a round called Justify. This is a new round in which we perform a social service. Each team member will pick a much maligned public figure and attempt to account for his or her behavior. And I shall award points depending on how many members of the audience are moved to tears. Right, we'll start with you, Willie Rushton. Would you please justify Leon Britton?
It isn't easy to be Home Secretary. But there are things, cheerful things. He's not planning to hang everybody. I don't think he's going to arm the traffic wardens. Certainly not with cruise missiles. And I think when you think of him in the Home Office, being ugly like that, it's not his fault he looks like an unfinished join-the-dots picture. My heart goes out to him. He is a man of whom it is truly said.
Well, the audience is looking extremely impressed by that, so the rest of you have got a lot to beat there. Thank you, Willie. Now, Graeme, would you please justify Mary Whitehouse?
Yes, briefly. I don't think people realise that the debt that we owe to Mary Whitehouse for her tireless fight against all forms of censorship. Because she's a shining example, because she has seen and read more filth and rudery than anybody else in the world. But it's had absolutely no effect. And she stands now before us as wholesome and pure and nice as she ever was, therefore proving that censorship wouldn't make any difference at all. Thanks, Mary.
Excellent.
Oh, brilliant.
A wide measure of agreement there. Now, Tim, would you please justify the Game for a Laugh team?
Yes, a much maligned group. Let me take them individually. There's Henry Kelly. Now, Henry Kelly, outside the Game for a Laugh studio, is a normal human being. You've heard him on Midweek. He's actually almost human. Take his sister, Matthew Kelly. Now, he's awfully good with children. I saw him the other day on the programme, and a little bit of humanity crept through for a moment. Sarah Kennedy. Attractive, intelligent lady normally, but, under these very, very difficult conditions where they're made to run down, grin at us, and then kick the teeth out of members of the public, it's not easy. Now, Jeremy Beadle, I'm afraid I can't actually justify Jeremy Beadle on any level whatsoever. But I reckon 3 out of 4 isn't bad. So basically, all in all, it's, probably, if we didn't have it, we'd actually have more punchlines. I think that's my justification. My case rests.
Okay, Barry, now, would you please justify John Selwyn Gummer?
I honestly think, in spite of everything everybody else says, that he's the best thing that's happened to the Conservative Party for ages, because there was a blandness creeping in, a blandness. Even the scandals were bland. There was a sort of complacency there, and I think they needed a hellraiser. They needed a wild, roaring boy to come in and kick it all about a bit. And if you've looked at John Selwyn Gummer, he's going to liven up the old house. And, well, what can I say? This man is going to be a dynamic driving force. Remember the name. John Selwyn Gummer. You know it makes sense.
Barry wins that one. And we go on now to the ever-popular Mornington Crescent. And this week we're playing the postcode version of the game. This follows a request from the post office to promote the use of postcodes on letters. So instead of saying a street, we want you to give teams its postcode. Do you understand that? Okay, right, will you start now, Willie Rushton?
SW5 ORL. Many people put that on letters to me, and I haven't received one yet, but that's it, SW5 ORL.
Don't go there.
No.
Don't go there.
No, I was going to go north. North?
Yeah.
NW3 4JL.
Oh. Can I go south, Hump? Are you allowed to go south from us?
In this instance, yes.
Well, it'll lead to Willie going south. NW2 2HJ.
NW1 7RH.
That is stupid.
Yes?
Oh! Well done, Barry. Because as our audience here realised, NW1 7RH is the postal code for Mornington Crescent.
Yes.
And you walked straight into that one, Tim. I can see it coming.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Some other time.
I was trying to
Anyway,
be too clever.
Barry, very good, wins that one again. And we have a musical story now. In this round, Colin Sell will play a tune, and one of you must start a story relating to the title of that song. And at a signal, which will sound indistinguishable from this...
Which of those two, Hum?
You'd better take the second one, I think. Colin will then change the tune, and a member of the opposite team will take up the story, but fitting it to the new tune. Don't know how they think of these. Anyway, Colin, will you start playing a tune now? And we're going to start with your team, Tim and Willie, and we'll start with you, Willie Rushton.
and save the Queen, Willie.
This fairy was standing on Ilkley Moor and suddenly realised it was a Yorkshire fairy, so his brain moved slowly, that he was hatless. Good Lord, said the fairy, I must do something about this. Perhaps I could turn Richard Clayderman into a hat. So he set off across the moor with his wand.
Graeme.
Oh, Sleepy Lagoon.
Thanks, Baz. He set off with his wand in his hand, and soon he came across a soldier dozing by the roadside. And he said, "Who are you?" And he said, "I'm a sleepy dragoon." And what's this story about? How do you win this game?
Wait and see.
Oh, I see. Right. And the soldier said, "I notice you're not wearing a hat." And the fairy said, "This is true. I notice you're wearing two."
So I am, said the sleepy dragoon. I got this first one, this one on the right, this green one. I got it on Ilkley Moor by Tat. The other one was given to me in the Black Forest by Richard Clayderman. One day he happened upon me, sleep.
Just like that he did.
Oh, yes, one was given to him by Richard Clayderman, if you see what I mean. And the fairy said, "Well, there's still your other hat. Can't I? I've lost the will to live. Can't I? Can't I have your other hat, Sleepy Dragoon?" "No," riposted the soldier person. "I got this in Spain. I've only just got to the point."
Willie.
Tell you what, said the fairy, groping in the front of his 40 yards of tulle. I'll trade you for one hat this extraordinary fruit that I discovered. I think you can do better than get two hats for a lovely bunch of whatever these things are. Fruits, coconuts. And you ought to see my wife.
"I would certainly like to see your wife," said the sleepy dragoon, and went round for tea with the good lady. Leaving the fairy on Ilkley Moor, still barred at.
How does this fit in?
And the fellow said, "This is my wife." He'd left the fairy on Ilkley Moor by Tat. She's called Susie. And if you knew Susie like I knew Susie, oh dear, you wouldn't be listening to this programme. And at that moment, in came his dog.
Barked the dog.
I've just been looking up the rules here, and I've discovered that Graeme Garden won about 3 minutes ago. Graeme Garden, let's have a round of applause for Graeme Garden. And we go on to the point where I ask the teams to announce their late arrivals at the Vets Ball. Late arrivals at the Vets Ball, teams, please. Anybody can start, as long as somebody finishes.
Well, that dog that was just coming in. He's called Carpenter. Always doing little odd jobs around the house.
Once made a bolt for the door.
Yes.
Nice to hear them again.
Yeah, too, isn't it?
He's in the kitchen
limping in after an unfortunate accident in a cattery, with his parents, Mr. and Mrs. Balls, their son Claude.
Night all. And he's with his friend Mike Hat's Been Done. He's new to me.
Oh, welcome Wayne Sleep, who's just come in. Somebody's whispering a question to him. Oh, it's how are you? Yes, that's the question that has been quietly put to sleep.
There's Mr. and Mrs. Dardpoodle and their son Stan Dardpoodle.
Exchanging a joke with Mr. and Mrs. Matosis and their son Reg. Well, you try. They're not easy, these.
Mr. and Mrs. Mulhusbandry and their daughter Annie Mulhusbandry.
All the way from Port Stanley, Parakeet.
Australia, Mr. and Mrs. Elosis and their son Bruce Elosis.
From Paris, from Paris, Mr. and Mrs. Back of a Cow with their son Armand the Back of a Cow.
Oh, there's two cats making a Persian-to-Persian call.
There's D. Stemper and Ray Bees over there.
With Bud G. Seed and Ken Hairy Droppings.
There's a patient for the vet that's got a rather nasty cold. It's a little dog that's a little husky.
Oh, there's a frog doing impressions. Rabbit, rabbit, rabbit. I think he's in the cabaret with Shirley Bassett. Singing with a little whelp from my friends.
Well, teams, time has finally beaten us.
Struggling through the door. Wishes she hadn't, but she's come halfway now. Anne Small, will you welcome, please? Anne Small, the really great animal lover. In fact, she loves all creatures, great and small. She does, no, she does. Be fair, she does.
The food and drink's marvellous, the catering. I mean, juleps and hamster jam. Jack Russell and Bob Martin. Oh, they've taken the powder.
Well, we've come to the end of this week's show, says he, suddenly waking up. And so it's, all that's left for me to do is to say goodbye from our teams and myself. Goodbye.
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 Barry Cryer, Graeme Garden, Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton were being given silly things to do by Humphrey Lyttleton, with Colin Sells setting some of them to music. The programme was produced by Paul Mayhew Archer. We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the antidote to panel games. At the piano is Colin Sell and your chairman is Humphrey Lyttleton.
Hello and welcome. I'm afraid to say that the programme's got into a bit of trouble. A listener has accused the programme of encouraging people to laugh at unpleasant, sick and ugly things. And here are four of them. Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton on my right. Graeme Garden and Barry Cryer on my left. And we launch ourselves now into the first game, which is the ad-lib poem. I'm going to give someone the first line of a poem, and they continue until I buzz them, thus, and the next person continues. And I think we'll start with you, Barry. This is up your street, I think. Here's your first line.
Yes.
There's a seaside place called Stanley that's noted for soldiers and sheep.
It used to get rather noisy, but now the whole place is asleep. You could hear a pin drop in the morning. You could hear a pin drop in the night.
There were pins dropping here, there were pins dropping there. Grenade pins, which isn't quite right. For it's never been a happy mix, the military and sheep.
Was that an aside?
Try and get us back into scansion, will you, Graeme?
I'm glad you stopped him there, Humph. He was going to be rather cheap. Not a million miles from Stanley lives a penguin whose name is Bruce.
His real name is Peregrine. He once misbehaved. This is an excuse. Now, Peregrine, a lofty bird was he.
Ran right down Stanley High Street, right to the edge of the sea. And did something there that was dreadful, that made all the penguins there scoff. Oh.
Have you ever seen a penguin when he's taken his dinner jacket off?
And Barry wins that one to make up for his disappointment. We go on. I think we've got time for another one. And we'll ask you, Tim, to start this one. Here's your first line.
Thank you, Humph.
Little Miss Muffet sat at the bus stop eating her takeaway meal.
Little Miss Muffet sat at the bus stop eating a takeaway meal.
Were you ever an announcer?
Well, down came a spider, sat down beside her, because he wanted to have a great... I got it right the first time, feel. Because he's a bit of a heel. Now, this spider, his name was Peregrine. A peregrine spider was he.
Miss Moffat said, now think on Peregrine. You'll not get your legs over with me.
All right, well done, Barry. You win that one. And we go on now.
But he did.
We go on to the point where I flick through the yellow pages and choose the profession for which our teams will provide appropriate guests at the ball at the end of the programme. I'm going to flick through now, and if you stop me, we'll see where we end up.
Stop.
I haven't started. Do it again.
Stop.
Ah. Yes, R. We are actually at R. And we can have reproduction arms manufacturers, respirator manufacturers. You don't look enthusiastic at all.
Yeah.
Removals?
No.
What about if I make it removal men? Will you tackle that one?
No.
Right, so we carry on now. Now, I think I'm going to ask you to do late arrivals at the end of the programme at the removal men's ball, whether you like it or not. Here's a new game now called Political Interview. This is a serious version of what happens on Panorama. One team is the interviewer and the other is the leading politician being questioned, and you can alternate the parts there. Team A's task is to ask the most difficult questions, and Team B's task is to wriggle out of the tight corners. And the winning team receives a life-size model of Margaret Thatcher. The losing team receives 5 life-size models. Graeme and Barry now, you're the interviewing team.
Right. Minister, could you explain how it is that we have here a photograph of you, stark naked, in the company of 12 goats?
Yes. Mine is a farming constituency, as you know well, Robin.
Minister, if I may pursue the point for a moment, one of the goats appears to be wearing stockings and suspenders.
That is my lady wife. A saint-like creature.
If, indeed it is your lady wife, and who are we to doubt it, why is she then not wearing a wedding ring?
She is not wearing a wedding ring because she couldn't get it over her hoof. could be a bit of a giveaway, but no.
Leaving aside your lady wife, which I believe you do from time to time,
Only when I lost the will.
who are the other 11 goats, Minister?
Derby County football team. As you can see from the picture, they're taking an early bath.
Jolly good team.
Yes, I had wondered about that, Minister. Why, in fact, are you all in a jacuzzi together?
This takes a little bit of explaining, but you see, I misunderstood my campaign manager. I thought he said I should woo the floating goat.
Yeah.
Well done, Tim. And I'm going to ask you, Tim and Willie, to do the interviewing. And Tim, will you start off?
Certainly. Could you explain why, Minister, £2 million from your campaign fund has been transferred to your private bank account?
Well, first of all, may I say I'm very, very glad, very, very, very glad indeed, that you, and I may say that you have asked this very good, very, very good, this very, very, very good, this very good question. Thank you.
Perhaps, Minister, the question being so good and you so glad, perhaps you would answer it.
Gladly. And what a good question it was. Now, the explanation is extremely simple to any decent, straight-thinking man. What was it again, the question? The transfer of the campaign funds to my private account. I'd got wind...
Which is why they've never televised Parliament.
Very good interjection. I'd heard.
Now with your mouth.
I had heard of an impending robbery at campaign headquarters, so what safer and more sane measure could there be than to transfer the aforementioned funds to the safety of my private account?
In the Cayman Islands?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It is indeed in the Cayman Islands.
Yes,
and
yes,
what safer and more convenient place could there be than my bank in the Cayman Islands, where I may also say the door to my beach house is always open to any constituent who just feels like flying over there and popping in at any time of the day to one of my regular clinics, and where they will, I assure them, be warmly received and with a very friendly welcome by my staff and her big friend.
Not them.
Right. Singing Sprint is the title of the next game. In this round, one team sings a song as fast as they can, and then the opposing team must beat their time. And I have a stopwatch here, somewhere, in which I'll time you. And the song, of course, will be accompanied by Colin at the piano, who'll play the introduction. The song is As Time Goes By. And who should we start with? Let's start with you, Barry and Graeme. See how fast you can sing it.
You must remember this is kiss and kiss, sighs and sighs, fundamental things that lie as time goes by. And when your loves woo, they still say I love you, on that you can rely. No matter what future brings as time goes by. Moonlight love songs never out of date, hearts full of passion, jealousy and hate. Woman needs man, and man needs everything that no one can deny. It's still the same old story, a fight for love and glory, a case of do or die. The world will always welcome love as time goes by.
That was 2 minutes, 18 seconds. And it's your turn now, Tim and Willie.
You must remember this, time goes by, makes love us move, they still say I love you, on that time fly, time brings as time goes by. Without roses, never out of date, hearts full of passion, jealousy and hate, woman needs man, no one can deny. It's still the same story, fight for love, they still die. Whoever knows welcome lovers as time goes by.
Diction, yes. Missed 3 words out as well.
I understood every word of it. That was 4 seconds and makes you the outright winner.
We're going to record, I believe.
Sing it again, Sam.
The Harold Pinter Joke Playhouse is the name of the next game. And in this is a new game, and in it, each team will present a joke in such a way that we can appreciate its full dramatic and emotional impact, complete with dramatic pauses. Right, Tim and Willie, you go first.
Oh, God. Oh, no.
Hello, Harry. Everything tickety-boo?
Oh, God.
Oh, God.
The bitch.
The bitch? Something wrong with your dog, is there?
It's my wife.
Your wife? Marjorie? Oh.
She's gone.
Oh. Gone, Gone, has she? Sainsbury's?
No, she's gone to the West Indies.
West Indies, that's nice.
It's not nice, she's gone!
Oh.
Gone to the West Indies!
Oh. Jamaica?
No.
Oh.
She went up her own accord.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Right. Okay. There's a series in that.
There was a long pause.
It's called Crossroads.
Right, Graeme and Barry.
Come in, Verger.
Thank you, Vicar. Everything tickety-boo? I heard one of them London folk try to say that.
Everything is, as you say, tickety, and what isn't tickety is certainly boo.
Glad to hear it, Vicar.
You haven't seen... No, you wouldn't.
Jamaica? Oh, no.
I was just thinking.
Thinking, Vicar?
Yes, I was just thinking I would choose as my text for the sermon tonight, the widow's mite.
Widow's mite. Well, I shouldn't. I shouldn't. God love you, sir, I shouldn't.
Why?
There are only 2 in the village. And they both do.
We'll go on with sing-along. In this round, each panellist has to sing along with a disc. Once the tune and tempo have been established, the sound of the disc will disappear and the panellist will be left on his own, or her own. After an embarrassing pause, the disc comes back and the panellist scores points if he's still with it. And we shall judge this from audience response, so it's up to you, audience. Now, Graeme.
Hello.
Graeme, the record you're going to sing along with is Wunderbar by Zara Leander.
Thank you. How terrific.
Wunderbar, wunderbar, what a perfect night for love. Here am I, here you are, oh, it's clearly wunderbar.
Oh, I care, dear, for you madly, and I long, dear, for your kiss. I would die, dear, for you gladly. You're divine, dear, and you're mine, dear. Wunderbar, wunderbar. There's a favorite star above. What a bright, shiny star. Wunderbar. What a roasting. Oh, come on.
Very good, Graeme. The reason that went on for so long, we were all waiting for Sarah Leander to come in. Anyway, Willie Rushton, it's your turn now, and your song is Uptown Girl by Billy Joel. This should be good.
Bad luck, Billy. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, I can't get up there. Uptown. She's been living in her uptown world. I'll bet she never had a backstreet guy. I'll bet her mother never told her why. I'm going to try calling Uptown Girl. She's been living in a bright red world. As long as anyone with can't read this. And now she's looking for a downtown man. That's what I am.
John Snagg sings Debbie Harry.
Okay, yes, you were a bit adrift there, Willie. Never mind.
I think he was.
Barry, this needs no introduction. I want Barry now to sing along with one of the most beautiful songs ever written.
There's a song that I recall my mother sang to me. She sang it when she tucked me in when I was 93.
Was that Mum?
Ying tang, ying tang, ying tang, ying tang, ying tang, it like bird. Ying tang, ying tang, ying tang, ying tang, ying tang, it like bird. Ying tang, ying tang, ying tang, ying tang, ying tang, it like bird. Ying tang, ying tang, ying tang, it like bird. It like bird. Ying tang, ying tang, ying tang.
I can't make out whether you were ahead of it or... But you weren't on it, that's one thing for certain.
I wasn't on the Poe at that right
So
moment.
no marks. No marks to you, Barry, and we go on to Tim. It all rests with you now, Tim. Your song is Pop Goes the Weasel by Anthony Newley.
Half a pound of tuppenny rice, half a pound of treacle. That's the way the money goes. Pop goes the weasel. Yeah, yeah. Half a pound of tuppenny rice, half a pound of treacle. That's the way the money goes. Pop goes the weasel. Every night when I go out, the weasel's on the table. Take a stick and knock it off. Pop goes the weasel. Pop goes the weasel.
Tim wins that one. Very near that was. Not there, but very near. Okay, well done. Now, we're going on to play the game called Bordeaux. We've played it a few times now, and in fact, it's your throw, Tim, to start. What did you throw? Sorry, we can't see from here.
I threw a dice.
A die, not a dice. That's dice is plural. For heaven's sake, the people who get playing Bordeaux these days. Vicar.
I threw a 5 and I've landed. Oh, dear.
You moved 8.
Yes. Yes, but I went down the snake.
Oh, sorry. And VAT.
You'll pick up a card. You may now build hotels or take everybody else's hotels, whether they like it or not. You are now called Sir Charles Fortin.
Right. Barry?
Oh.
Got 2 die. Might come tomorrow.
2 dices.
You be quiet, Tim Rye. Double 3. Oh, well, here we go. Oh. Community chest again?
Try some linkers for it.
No, I'll take the card. You are Bo Derek. Oh. Act your way out of a paper bag. No, wait. Throw again. Oh, better. That's 8, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, no, 6, 7, 8. I'm out. I must be out.
Of your mind, or?
STP square.
Okay. That leaves you, Willie Rushton, to play now.
Where have you put the die, dice, or dose?
On the Bordeaux.
Ooh, 6.
Ooh, nasty.
I was in the library, Miss Peacock. Pick up a card. You have an antisocial disease. That'll teach you to go into the library with Miss Peacock. With a rope.
Right, Graeme, go ahead.
It's my turn up to
We've still got a bit of time.
Oh, 2 and a 1, that's 3. I can't remember. They're the top hat and the boot, and you're the little racing car, aren't you?
No, I'm the truss. I'm still the truss.
I'm still the Sydney Opera hat.
Yes, indeed.
And I'm
Right.
Trust House 40.
Excellent. So I move my piece 3 places. Hup. Hup. Hup.
Oh, you need a truss after that.
I get another chance card. Oh, and I've got a blackmail card. Blackmail card, collect £10,000 from the player on your right in return for the photograph with the goats. We're ahead, Barry, we're ahead.
Right.
Do I get another throw?
No, we're going to suspend that one till next week, because once again we reached a very interesting point and we'd like to keep up the suspense. That's what the truss is for. Now, come to the point where Order. We come to the point where I ask the teams to announce their late arrivals at the removal men's ball.
We've moved.
Anybody can start.
Welcome, please, the Sweet family and their 3 sons, Peter, Paul and Peregrine. That's the 3P Sweet.
Will you welcome, please, Mr. and Mrs. Unbreakable Object here. Oops, crash, sorry. And their son, Ivan. Unbreakable Object here. Oops, crash, sorry. And his aunt, Hope. Hope you're well insured, mate.
Look, there's Mr. and Mrs. Drawers. And their son, Chester, yes. He's a tall boy.
Should we get wall-to-wall carpet over now?
Now, let's save it till a little bit later.
Here's someone you may never have met. We've dropped the Becksteins, and their son, FNL, we've dropped the Becksteins.
The Swedish partners.
Oh, yeah.
Leaf, turned down a bit. And last time I saw it, it wasn't broken.
Having just moved house and had trouble with carpet, I'd like to introduce Mr. and Mrs. Mate and their curiously inaccurate daughter, the curiously inaccurate Esther Mate. Ooh, there's a lot of feeding in that, I'll tell you.
Mr. and Mrs. Here Than We Thought, and their daughter Maureen Here Than We Thought.
Mr. and Mrs., you're not expecting us to carry that, and their daughter. Surely you're not expecting us to...
Mr. and Mrs. Get the Piano In, and their son Howard You Get the Piano In.
This is
Mr.
where
and
I
Mrs.
have
Down
to...
and Push, and their son Ben Down and Push. Oh, there's Van Johnson and Mary Pickford.
Yeah, with wardrobe.
So this is where, on behalf of all the teams and myself, goodbye.
Harry Cryer, Graeme Garden, Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton were being given silly things to do by Humphrey Lyttleton, with Colin setting some of them to music. The programme was produced by Paul Mayhew Archer. We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the antidote to panel games. At the piano is Colin Sell, and your chairman is Humphrey Lyttleton.
Thank you and welcome to I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, which comes from Imperial College this week. And may I say what an enormous pleasure it is to do this show in front of a bright and intelligent audience. Let's hope we get one soon. Meanwhile, meet the teams. Barry Cryer and Graeme Garden on my left. And Willie Rushton and Tim Brooke-Taylor on my right. Right, and we're going to start straight away with the ad-lib poem. I'm going to give someone the first line of a poem, and they continue until I buzz them, and the next person then continues. You've all heard this one before. To get it going really quickly, we'll start with you, Tim Brooke-Taylor. Jack and Jill went down the yard to fetch a ton of scrap.
Thank you very much.
Jack and Jill went down the yard to fetch a ton of scrap.
Careful, Tim.
You only did that to me to get me into a trap.
Dreadful. Dreadful.
A trap you set for me, you swine, you trumpeteering man.
But let us start this poem now as quickly as we can. Now, Jack and Jill were lovers there. Their love was ripe and new.
It wasn't scrap they were after, it was the occasional screw.
Oh, I'm glad you cleaned that up just in time.
Now, this is where I flick through the pages of the book of yellow pages and choose a trade which I shall ask the teams to announce at the end of the programme, and the late arrivals at their ball. So if you stop me as I flick through.
Stop.
Well, now, what do we have here? We can give you a bit of a selection here. We can have interior decorators.
Oh, yes.
Or interpreters.
Pardon?
Interpreters.
Oh. I don't speak English.
Invisible repairers or insurance companies. I'll tell you what, let's go for insurance companies, and we'll ask you to announce the late arrivals at the Insurance Salesman's Ball. Right, and we go straight on now with the round that's called Good News, Bad News. This takes a bit of explaining. Someone whom I'm about to nominate will start with some good news. The next person will give us the corresponding bad news, and then the next person will give us the good news, and so on until I press the buzzer, which is already red hot after that last round. We're going to start with Tim Brooke-Taylor.
Good news. Madame Tussauds are doing a model of Cyril Smith.
The bad news is they're having to melt down the whole Chamber of Horrors to make it.
Good news is it looks like him.
The bad news is it looks like him.
Good news. They've melted down part of Tom Jones to make Twiggy.
Bad news, he looks bloody silly without his nose.
Good news, Twiggy looks bloody silly with his nose.
Bad news is, look where they've put it.
Well, with Willie Rushton winning that round, I think we've got time for another one of those. So let's start with you, Graeme Garden, with some good news.
Oh, right. The good news is they are banning radio nasties.
Bad news. What's David Jacobs going to do now?
Good news, nothing.
Bad news, there's still Robert Robinson.
Good news, though. There's a new radio nasty. Robert Robinson meets Driller Killer.
Bad news, Robert Robinson wins.
Good news, he's still on television with Axe the Family.
Yeah. Barry Cryer won that one, as you probably heard. And we're going to go on now to the ever-popular game Mornington Crescent. And since we're at Imperial College, we're going to play the computer-aided version of Mornington Crescent. Before the program began, I gave our teams a task to work out on computers provided by the college, using any combination of rules or gambits, which is the shortest playable route from Prince Consort Road to Mornington Crescent. And we can now check their solutions against that provided by the college's team of experts. So I'm going to ask who would like to come up with a solution first, and we can check it. What about you, Tim and Willie?
We reckon we can do it in 5.
5. I reckon 6, actually, but I think Tim's cheating, but he did come up with 5.
Well, if you can get away with it, there's a point for your side.
I used the Hyde Park underpass, so if that's allowed, we can do it in 5.
Right. Berkeley Square.
Then we'd need Great Russell Street.
Portland Place.
Oxford Circus. That's it.
I think that's great. We'll ask the audience. We're going to check it with the computer later, but I think that one's okay.
It's not
a
5,
feasible
no.
move.
Just 5.
It was 5.
Inclusive.
If you use Faraday Square, you can get there.
Faraday Square's 1.5 there, isn't it?
No.
Well, I mean, if you're working with more than 64K with the computer.
Yes.
We're not.
Yeah, but don't... Yes.
Ah, right. Well,
anyway.
It's all right.
Let's try yours, Graeme and Barry. Can you do it in less than that?
3.
3?
Yeah. Queensway, Cookham Dean.
I don't think that's right.
No, not right, no. But I mean,
upmarket cannibals, actually. We Cookham Dean. Not just missionaries.
Right, now I think that's feasible. Graeme and Barry actually win that one, getting closest to it, but I have to tell you that the solution provided by the college's team of experts whittles it down to 2.
Oh.
That's using a ploy which none of you actually hit on, which is the Euclidean dimension. And
of
if
course.
you start at St. Giles's Circus,
yeah.
St. Giles's Circus, Mornington Crescent.
Yeah.
Graeme and Barry got nearest, so they're the winners of that round. And here, listeners, is a Mornington Crescent competition for any computerized listeners. Are you ready? Now listen. Using any combination of rules or gambits, what is the shortest playable route from Baker Street to Mornington Crescent? And beware that it's not as straightforward as it looks. Moves, please, on a postcard or on printout to Mornington Crescent Digital Competition. I'm sorry I haven't a clue. BBC Broadcasting House, London W1A 1AA. I'll say that again. Mornington Crescent Digital Competition. I'm sorry I haven't a clue. BBC Broadcasting House, London W1A 1AA.
You didn't say it again, did you?
I didn't. That's the computerized version. And no 2-digit responses, please. Okay? Right. Well, Colin Sell's been sitting there patiently. We're going to bring him in now to accompany this next round, which is called One Song to the Tune of Another. I don't think I need to explain that to you. Barry, you're going to sing Climb Every Mountain, the lyrics of, to the tune of 10 Green Bottles.
Climb every mountain, search high and low, follow every byway, every path you know. Climb every mountain, ford every stream, follow every rainbow till you find your dream. You all know this one. A dream that will need all the love you can give every day of your life for as long as you live. Climb every mountain, ford every stream, follow every rainbow till you find your dream. Last orders, please. Now then.
Well, Barry cantered through that one. And Willie, see what you can do with the lyrics of Old MacDonald Had a Farm and the tune of One from Chorus Line.
I don't know either. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-E-I-O. And on his farm he had some chicks, E-I-E-I-O-E. With a chick here and a chick there. Here, a chick, there a chick, everywhere, a chick. Old MacDonald had the farm, E-I-E-I-E-I-O. And upon this farm he had some ducks with a quack quack here, with a quack quack there, with a quack everywhere.
That burst of applause puts Willie in an unbeatable position, but we'd better go on anyway. Graeme Garden now, will you sing the lyrics of They All Laughed to the tune of No Regrets?
Catch you next time around, Colin.
Jump up, jump up.
They all laughed at Christopher Columbus when he said the world was round. They all laughed when Edison recorded sound. They all laughed at Wilbur and his brother when they said that man could fly. They told Marconi wireless was a phony. It's the same old cry. They laughed at me wanting you, reaching for the moon.
Beast.
Very moving. Tim Brooke-Taylor now, finally, the lyrics of Humpty Dumpty to the tune of Land of Hope and Glory.
Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty together again. All together now. No, they couldn't put Humpty Dumpty together again.
And Tim overtakes Willie in that one there to win that round. And we go on to another game, which is a new game, as far as I remember. It's called Quote, No Quote. And the aim of this game is to avoid saying anything which could be taken and published by Nigel Rees. Team members will take it in turns to utter phrases and can be challenged for saying anything remotely quotable. And we're going to start with you, Graeme Garden.
Good evening.
Quite.
Challenge from Tim.
That is, in fact, in the Nigel Rees book of greetings. Evening version.
Evening, yes. Greetings in the dark.
Well, I happen to have it here, so I can check. Right, Barry, you can... Oh, no, it's you, Tim. You try and...
Nigel Rees is a twit.
An instant challenge there from Barry Clark.
In his autobiography.
That
Page 7, Early Revelations.
Yes? So, Barry, it's your turn.
Thought it was going to rain this morning, but no.
Challenge from Willie Rushton.
The Nigel Rees book of unfavourable weather conditions through the ages.
And other anecdotes.
The best of Jack Scott and that sort of thing.
Okay. Right, over to you then, Willie.
Michael Fish remembers.
Does he? Hello, sailor.
Challenge.
Oh.
Challenge from Graeme Garden.
Yes, that's the Nigel Rees book of greetings for sailors.
It's the Nigel Rees Ted Heath book.
Tim, you try. Challenge.
From the audience, I think.
No, that was a quote from the Nigel Rees book of illegible graffiti.
Well done, Graeme, and I may tell you, listeners, that the Nigel Rees book of that last round will soon be on sale, price £3.50. We go on to a round called crossbreeding, and since we're at Imperial College, we're going to mark that by playing a scientific round. I shall want our 4 geneticists to put their heads together, preferably on the same neck, and come up with suggestions for some new hybrid creatures. Who wants to start? I think you look as though you want to start, Tim Brooke-Taylor.
Oh, it's an unlikely coupling, this. Eugene O'Neill, isn't it? Anyway, it's Eugene O'Neill for the purposes of this crossbreeding. Eugene O'Neill and Michael Heseltine to produce Eugene Me Tarzan.
What a small world. What a small world, as I always say. If you cross a campus with Michael Heseltine, you get a tin of paint, 2 tomatoes and an egg. Young Conservatives.
If you cross Roy Rogers with Alexis Sale, you get that wonderful 1, 2, 3, 4-letter word.
You mentioned Tarzan. There's that lovely movie of it, starring Bo Derek, and it struck my mind that if you crossed Bo Derek with Boy George, you'd get something that swings through the jungle both ways.
If you cross Margaret Thatcher with practically anything, you lose your job.
If you cross Norman Tebbit with J.R. Ewing, you'd get a slightly nicer version of Norman Tebbit.
If you cross Joan Collins with a cockatoo, I wouldn't be all surprised.
What a funny way of handing in your notice.
Yeah. Margaret Thatcher says to practically everybody.
Any advance on that?
If you cross Rod Stewart with Bette Midler, you get a divining rod, which ignores water totally, but judges straight for the cocktail cabinet.
If you cross Paul Raymond with a Yeti, you'd get the abominable showman.
If you crossed Cyril Smith with a Catholic priest, you'd get Father Fattest.
Well, some marks were earned there as we go on to the next game, which is a game called Just a Minute. And this is a musical round, I have to say that in advance, in which the team members attempt to sing a song for a minute without hesitation, repetition, or deviation. And in this instance, team's repetition will include the title of the song. And our song is Up, Up and Away, and we start with you, Graeme Garden.
Thank you.
Challenge from
repetition on the piano.
Yes. Just give us the last couple of bars.
Who's doing it? Me? Is it me?
It's you, Graeme.
Somebody
yes.
tell me. Would you like to... Oh.
Close.
Hesitation. Would you like to ride in my beautiful balloon? How would the person I'm talking to enjoy gliding in this belonging to me gorgeous inflated object? We could float among the stars together, you and I, for we can fly. Ditto. Up higher and away in my splendid, my repetition of my...
Challenge. Tim Brooke-Taylor.
Repetition of my.
I thought there was, and a certain amount of hesitation there too. Will you take it up?
Dirigible. The world's... Can I have a bit of tune, please, Colin?
That piano's damp, isn't it?
There's some tune.
In your sumptuous, gas-filled method of transport, it wears a nicer visage in their wondrous bag of air. We can sing a song and go on water by the silver sky, for they are able to flap their wings. They are able...
Challenge, thank God for that. Graeme.
Repetition of they.
Yes, there was repetition of they. Yes. A certain amount of deviation, too. Let's do another song now and start with you, Barry. Try. And try and move it along a bit quicker in this one, please. Now, our second song is I Know an Old Lady. Barry.
Well, we know that, but I mean...
Nothing to sing about.
Your secret is safe with us. I know an old lady...
Challenge from Tim.
Deviation.
Well...
Straight stuff, mate.
When you say know an old lady, in the biblical sense...
I didn't mean I had carnival knowledge of her, no.
I'm sorry, I withdraw the challenge.
If you think that's
So did I.
Withdraw the challenge.
If you think that's deviation, wait till you hear what she did to the fly.
Tim Brooke-Taylor's withdrawn the challenge, but I accept it. So we go on to you, Willie Rushton.
What? How far did you get?
He didn't get very
You
far.
swallowed a fly. Heaven knows personally, pourquoi. Elle stuffed the insect down her. I guess she'll die.
Challenge from Barry
Deviation from
Cry.
scansion. It's atrocious, this. I mean, it's
nothing
limping
to do with
and
it. Shut
stumbling along.
I'm not accepting music criticism. Carry on. Carry on,
never
Willie.
did.
You never did. You never did.
I guess she'll die. I am cognizant of this geriatric biddy who gobbled a spider, that wriggled and squirmed and several other things I shan't mention inside her. She gurgitated as opposed to regurgitated. It must be, I mean, if you think about it, gurgitated this other...
Challenge from Graeme.
Repetition of gurgitated.
That's regurgitated.
Right, see if we can finish the song. Graeme.
But I don't know why she swallowed the fly. I guess she'll die.
Well done. And now we come to the point where I sit back and ask the teams to announce the late arrivals at the insurance salesman's ball.
Would you welcome, please, Mr. Shearer and his son Ian Shearer and his friend, just in case, man from the Prue.
And will you welcome, please, Pearl Assurance and General Accident.
Major Claus.
Mr. and Mrs. in this form, and I'll do the rest, and their son Phil.
And that well-known actor, God.
And will you welcome, please, Mr. and Mrs. Theodore and their son, the Chinese insurance salesman, Fu Tin Theodore. Fu Tin Theodore. Put in the door.
Put in the door.
People are nodding and saying that's true.
Here comes in that lisping, ginger-haired knight, parade party risk.
Here comes Father Christmas, rather surprisingly, and his helpers, those little clauses they don't tell you about.
Another traveller come a long way, Mustafa Moorcover.
And from Scotland, Mr. and Mrs. Do No Harm to be covered, and their son can do no harm to be covered. Usually weekend.
It is.
Polly C. sneaked in unnoticed, didn't she?
Yes.
So did
Quite
he.
right, too.
So did the endowment policy. But here come Mr. and Mrs. Claims Bonus and their son Noah.
Rather depressing. Mr. and Mrs. Your wife benefits, and their son Hugo, your wife benefits.
Well, at this point, in response to a large number of...
Mr. and Mrs. Ewables, well-known name Ewables, Mr. and Mrs. Ewables and their heiress daughter, the highly insured Val Ewables. Oh, here come the Risk family. High risk, low risk.
We've had a large number of letters from listeners asking us to stop, so I shall say on behalf of the teams and myself, goodbye.
Barry Cryer, Graeme Garden, Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton were being given silly things to do by Humphrey Lyttleton, with Colin setting some of them to music. The programme was produced by Paul Mayhew Archer. We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the antidote to panel games. At the piano is Colin and your chairman is Humphrey Lyttleton.
Hello and welcome to I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue. This is the intellectual version of Mastermind, in which I'm joined by two teams and I try to pick their brains, their pockets, their fingers and anything else that's tricky, until I come up with something interesting. And today I'm joined by Willie Rushton and Tim Brooke-Taylor on my right, Barry Cryer and Graeme Garden on my left. And we start with a game called Last Thing I Remember. This is a variation on the game Famous Last Words, and I shall be asking the teams for the last thing they remember before being totally incapacitated. The winner will be the one with the most marks or bruises. We'll start with you, Willie Rushton.
The last thing I remember is Mrs. Thatcher standing on top of Sir Geoffrey Howe at Heathrow Airport, waving a bit of paper and shouting, "Peace in our time."
Right. Graeme Garden.
The last thing I remember was saying yes to cruise. No. The last thing I remember was applying to be Debbie Harry's stand-in for a video nasty.
Tim.
The last thing I remember is saying, now look here, British soccer fans travelling to Europe, I want to appeal to your better nature.
Barry.
Last thing I remember was saying to Giant Haystacks, it is fixed, isn't it? I once lost my cat Adolf in Golders Green and went out shouting for him. Blacked out shortly after.
The last words of famous last words of Mickey Mouse were apparently, "Hi there, Pluto. My word, you do look hungry."
Okay, well, we go on now to the point where I flick through yellow pages and the teams stop me, and from the page at which it opens, I choose the profession for which the teams will provide the appropriate guests at the ball at the end of the programme. So you stop me now. Barry, you can stop me this time.
Let's have an early one. There.
Right. And it stopped at, if you want to check at home, at page 160, 161.
That's an early one.
Which gives us a wide choice, in fact. We've got ear piercing, edible oils and fats, eel fisheries, electrical supplies. Shall we go for that one? Make it easy for you and call it electricians. And we hurry along now to a game which is very familiar to all our listeners. It's called Calypso Stroke Blues. You have a choice here, teams. It's a round when each team has to improvise a calypso or a blues, with the members of each team taking alternate lines, and assistance, of course, is provided by Colin at the piano. And we'll ask the one team to give the other team its subject. So, Graeme and Barry, will you give Tim and Willie their subject?
The Mary Whitehouse Calypso, please.
Oh, dearie. Oh, Willie.
I saw Mary Whitehouse the other day.
She appeared to be in the family way.
How she got like that cannot be repeated.
But it must have been the result of an expletive deleted.
I think that's worth 15. And we'll go on to ask Tim and Willie to give Graeme and Barry their subject.
We'd like them to sing a blues.
Yes, high time they had
High
blues,
time
yeah.
they had a blues back on the programme. Russell Grant.
I like...
Woke up this morning. Well, what was the first thing I did see?
What was the first thing that you did?
I did see.
Well, it was Russell Grant. Roly-poly, lovable and cuddly.
Just one thing that bothered me.
He was not on the TV.
Thank you, teams. And now the game called Word for Word. In this round, one of the members of a team says a word, and his partner must say another word totally unconnected with the first, and so on. And the other team may challenge and try and prove a connection. And the teams, you'll score 1 mark per word until a correct challenge when the challenging side takes over. And we'll have 2 rounds each side so that each player has started a round. How about that? So if you'll start now. Tim.
Margarine.
Hat.
Organism.
Egg cup.
Goat.
Challenge from Barry.
The connection between organism and egg cup is too obvious to even state. I'm surprised they fell into that trap.
State it.
State it. We wish statements.
Nothing is too simple for our listener.
Oh dear,
They're both identical except for the organism.
Okay, I'll accept that, Barry. Will you start for your side?
Ledge.
Window.
Challenge from Tim.
Sorry, I buzzed by mistake.
Yes, I think so.
Okay, I won't penalise you this time.
Sill.
Wallaby.
Oof.
Challenge from Tim.
If you hopped off a sill, you'd commit suicide. Like a wallaby.
Like a wallaby?
Like a wallaby.
Nurse.
The wallabies do belong to the lemming family. And they're constantly going over the top, out of windows, anything, tops of buildings.
Okay, I'll accept that. Willie, go ahead.
Wallaby.
Earhole.
Challenge from Barry.
Were you at the same party I was? No, I was just checking. I'm sorry.
Chest expander.
Tortoise.
Iceberg.
Challenge from Barry.
The Titanic's pet tortoise, a legend. The connection is obvious. The tortoise
Yes, go ahead.
that was dancing to Nearer My God to Thee as the Titanic went down.
What was
It
its name?
floated. Well, it survived.
I'd
It floated
forgotten
across
that.
the shell.
Yeah.
Remember its
The air
name?
pocket in the shell.
Remember its name?
No, I can't remember its name.
It is a tag. Yeah.
I wasn't sure about that, but our audience confirms that you're right. So you have started a round, haven't you? So you can start another one. Barry.
Never paid for one.
I wish that was funny.
Well, really. Bench.
Focus.
Tripod.
Lens. Oh, what?
Challenge from Tim.
Well, I tend to put cameras on tripods and focus. Sorry to take this so
Bit
seriously.
tenuous, isn't it?
All right, Tim, I accept that. Will you
That's
start?
a very broad reading of the rules.
Yes.
Ectoplasm.
Don't get shirty.
Juggernaut.
Moribund.
Challenge from Barry Cryer.
Moribund, one of the chief manufacturers of juggernauts in this country. Kosher juggernauts. Bit off the exhaust. It's obvious.
Brother Cummer.
Not obvious to me. Carry on, Tim. You're winning, so it's of no great importance, but carry on.
I won't bother then, I don't think.
All right, and we go on to the next step. And this is the game called Paranoia. Now, listen carefully. Team A decides that there is something wrong with Team B. And Team B have to guess what is wrong with themselves by asking questions. Team A reply in a manner appropriate to Team B's affliction. And the aim is to make the members of Team B paranoid and leave the studio twitching. So, Graeme and Barry's affliction is going up now on the audience computerized board. And here's a mystery voice to tell you at home.
Graeme and Barry think they're members of the SDP.
So, Graeme and Barry, will you start now to quiz Tim and Willie to find out what's wrong with you?
Is it wrong with us both as an entity or as separate individuals?
Both. I think you probably find it hard to come to a decision on that.
Yes.
Politics?
Very good.
Well...
Yes,
well, I wouldn't say so myself.
Low-rated politician. We think we are some body.
A sort of body, but...
we belong to somebody.
I don't know, do you?
Yes, you are under that
SDP?
impression.
Yes.
Absolutely right. I thought you'd have got more applause from the audience, but it didn't.
The audience is the entire membership of the SDP.
Now, Tim and Willie's affliction is going up on the board, and here it is for you at home.
Tim and Willie have herpes.
Tim and Willie think they've been caught short.
Right, it's flashed up on the board now. Tim and Willie, will you start questioning Graeme and Barry?
Are we both paranoid about this?
No. You carry on.
We both think we're boring.
No,
I'm boring about it.
Let's not stay here talking about that.
I give up.
I hope
no, don't worry about us. No, you carry on.
We're hogging the programme.
No. Well, hog it later if you want, but you...
When you come back.
Yes.
We're not here.
Well, if you've
got any sense.
Yes.
We're both cursed with appalling conditions of the bowel.
That's another way of saying it, isn't it?
That's a paraphrase, yes.
The paraphrase. Would you like to try and get a bit closer?
I don't know, I'm just getting over it myself.
I wouldn't like to get closer if he's really got it. We've got the squits.
Well, actually, my card doesn't put it in such a...
Some gastric condition?
No, it puts it more delicately, but I think we'll allow that one. And that is that Tim and Willie think they've been caught short. Here's a round called Sounds Peculiar. I'm going to play in a few bizarre sound effects, and I want you to tell me what you think they are, teams. We're going to start with you, Tim, and here's your sound effect coming up now.
That is Her Gracious Majesty the Queen knighting Willie Hamilton.
I think it'd be a nice idea if we could hear the sound effect again after the answer, just to see how accurate they are. Tim, that was very close. Can we hear Tim's sound effect again, please?
Could conceivably be John McEnroe having a small disagreement with a linesman.
Okay, now, Barry, here's your sound effect.
Trappist monks falling off a tandem. Or Norman Tebbit trying to make a U-turn.
Sounded like Long John Tebbit.
Let's just hear it again. Yeah?
Yes.
Right, okay. Willie Rushton, sound effect coming up for you.
It'd be too obvious to say it was Steve Davis enjoying a knock-up at the Crucible. I think it's actually one of the quieter moments at Bernard Manning's Medical.
Let's hear it again and see how close you were.
Yes.
Right. Well done, Willie. Graeme Garden, here's a sound effect coming up for you.
That's the birth of the blues.
It is indeed. Let's hear it again.
Sounded more like the conception of the blues.
Crumpet voluntary.
Okay. We've got a couple of spare ones here, so we'll go back to you, Tim, and Willie, you can contribute to this if you like. Let's hear this next one.
That's a very silly Japanese actor standing on the wrong spot in a Volkswagen commercial. I think.
Let's hear it again. I think you're right. Let's hear it.
Dean Martin's bar mitzvah.
Okay. Barry, here's another one for you.
Oh.
Ready when you are, Hum.
Raspberry tart.
Gypsy Rose Vindaloo, I thought.
Now, we have a new game now. It's called one-handed tie-tying. Team members will now attempt to tie a tie using only one hand, and the winner will be the one that gets furthest in the time available, 5 hours. I'm afraid that anyone who accidentally strangles himself will be disqualified. All the teams have ties, as you can see.
Why does Tim have a particularly loud one?
Listeners can probably hear.
Radio favoritism.
It's got
Okay,
no
teams,
narrow
you ready?
end.
It's not BBC.
One hand only.
Oh, right.
Start now.
Oh!
This is how I remember radio. Nice music and the sounds of ties being tied.
Dinner jackets being buttoned.
Ages ago.
I never tied radio.
Didn't say
I'll
tied
now
well.
adjudicate the ties. That's a good one from Willie Rushton. Tim, that looks as though it's about to come undone at any minute.
No.
Graeme Garden actually finished first, but there's a little bit sort of flapping about in the front there.
Oh, well.
For which you'll be disqualified. Yes, you see, it's come undone.
People wouldn't mention it in polite society.
Barry, I'm afraid that's pathetic.
A certain warmth.
Nevertheless, you win. And we go on to the round. We'll go on now to play another round of the popular game Bordeaux. Everybody knows the rules of this game. And Graeme, we ended with you last time. So it's Tim, your turn to throw the dice.
I've got a 6 hump, so I can throw again. I've got a 6 again, so I can throw. Oh, I've got a 6 again. It's riveting.
This game is visually entertaining.
I'll just flip the yellow pages.
So that's 3. Pick up a card. You are a crack shot and you have just bagged a brace of pheasant. Pick another card. Congratulations on hitting the pheasant, but next time you miss a turn.
Oh,
that's very
logical
unfair.
joke there. Yeah.
Barry, your turn to throw.
Oh, double 3. Go backwards, throw again. 6. Oh, red square. You can take a card or revolve. I'll take a card. You are trapped in a lift with the Nolans. Turn Catholic.
Willie Rushton.
3. Take card. You are doomed. You are paired in a 3-legged race round the world with Chris Tarrant. Do not pass water.
Graeme Garden.
Right, here we go. 7. And 9. Right. So I go 2 square. It's a bit unfair. Listeners at home probably don't know that they've got their little, the top hat and the little racing car, and Barry's counter is the truss, but I've still got the Sydney Opera House to move forward 2 spaces. Here we go. What do we landed on? Green square. Go back 97 spaces. Here's a hand, Barry.
Give me the truss.
And while Graeme completes his move,
Fade.
we'll go on to the next round, which is the round called Fixing a Date. The aim of this is to fix a date for the next recording of this show. Pay no attention. The winner is the first person to come up with one that the others can make. Starting with you, Tim.
February the 14th.
Sorry, I can't do that one.
That doesn't matter. Well, I just throw in June the 9th.
84?
Yes. Or 5.
They're both out for me. I'm out that year.
May the 6th, I'm free. May the 6th, any good?
No, I'm having the cat fixed that day.
I can't make May the 6th. I'm fixing a cat.
So we'll cut that right out and move on. 7th, day after
silly to fix a date.
No, can't do the 7th. I'm going on a sexual assault course at the Joan Collins Adventure Playground. I'm also out for the week after that.
She's double booked again.
June the 11th, any good?
That's okay for me.
Afternoon.
That's okay for me.
That's okay for Tim?
Afternoon. I'm massaging Willie in the morning after the Joan Collins experience. The 11th.
of June.
Yeah.
No, I'm fasting.
Oh, so you are.
Well, 12th then, next day.
No, I'm eating.
I'm going to suggest December the 25th.
December 25th is okay for me, so can we
That's
do that,
all right.
Barry?
December 25th, it's all right for
25th
me.
is all right for you, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, that's all right.
Okay, we've got that fixed. And Willie won that round. Now we come to the point where I ask the teams for their announcements to the late arrivals at the electrician's ball.
Crumbs.
Mr. and Mrs. Ear and their son Percy Ear. Oh, you said we weren't allowed to do Pierce, dear.
No.
Oh, Percy Ear. Fair enough.
Very good, that.
Yes.
John Travoltage. With his flash dance. Wrong film, right subject.
And there's Sherlock Holmes.
There's Megawatt and her murderous husband, Kilowatt. Bit of a shock to see him here.
Wire Turp.
He's come with Circuit Breaker, hasn't he?
Yes, indeed.
Tiny circuit breaker. The short circuit.
Hello, mint. I don't know why I said that. I was looking around and saw a bulb, and I thought, oh, that's all right.
Will you welcome from France, please, Monsieur Am and his father, Ampere? Oh, wow.
Bearing a strange similarity to Count Dracula the Empire with his bat Uri.
Amanda Fuse?
There's Mr. and Mrs. Dwat Bulb. Their son, Andrew Dwat Bulb.
Think about it. And his friend Boy George, who's AC or DC. What would we do without him? But we're trying. There's that bright spark, Ronnie Corbett. He's just had a shot.
He's a bit of a live wire.
Don't pile on the agony.
I suppose the Ode family, do they come in under electricals?
Let's hear them.
Anode, cathode and diode.
We're going to sing some current numbers.
Oh, look at the electricians out there. They're on their way to Heathrow. The sparks are certainly flying tonight.
The film on the plane is the first of the fuse.
The first of the fuse?
I thought
Isn't
that was
right?
brilliant.
Yeah,
I thought that was
thank
brilliant.
you.
You have 10 marks, Barry.
Thank you.
I'd help you, but we're on gas.
I think we've reached the point where I have to cut off this...
Mr. and Mrs. Tricklefault and their son Alec.
Arriving in their Volkswagen. There's Morris tucking in there. He's known to us as Dynamo.
He's ever ready.
Have you noticed with those new patent batteries, they don't sort of go off gently. They suddenly cut off like that, which is what I'm going to do. And all of us, good night. What a late.
Barry Cryer, Graeme Garden, Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton were being given silly things to do by Humphrey Lyttleton, with Colin Sell setting some of them to music. The programme was produced by Paul Mayhew Archer. We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the antidote to panel games. At the piano is Colin Sell, and your chairman is Humphrey Lyttleton.
Hello and welcome to the show. For those of you who haven't heard the programme before, perhaps I can give you a hint as to how to get the most out of the next half hour. Radio 3 is on 247 meters. For the rest of you, our teams are Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton on my right. And Graeme Garden and Barry Cryer on my left. And I don't have to remind you that if you're sitting with your back to the set, it's the other way around. Let's go straight now to the ad-lib poem. I'm going to give the teams the first line of a poem, and they continue until I buzz them and the next person continues. We're going to start with you, Graeme Garden. And here's your first line. Lawson's in the counting house, counting out our money.
Lawson's in the counting house, counting out our money. Tebbett's in the pantry, pinching all our honey. That was a terrific start, wasn't it? All the politicians are coming out to play.
I hear Sir Geoffrey Howe. He's in the family way.
How would you know?
Very, very good, Willie, but out of turn.
Out of order.
So, would you like to pass...
You can say that if you like.
Yes, pass it over
I
to
hear
Tim.
Sir Geoffrey Howe. He's in the family way.
Oh, brilliant.
That's
That's a
go
good
as
one.
well as I said it.
Maggie's in the garden, hanging out the clothes. Oh, clothes. Dennis is in his study, sticking rhubarb up his nose. Quentin's...
Quentin? You're giving your age away.
We have 3 of those in the cellar.
in the cellar. Drinking casks of wine.
I was going to mention Selwyn Gummer, because he's a friend of mine. John Selwyn Gummer, there's a name. I just love the ring. It has a pleasing note to it. Makes me want to sing. John Selwyn Gummer is a name that I love, warm and dear.
What a pity Cecil Parkinson wasn't a trifle queer.
Yes, that brings that one to a fine artistic conclusion. It means we've got time to do another one. So we'll start with you. You look eager to get off the mark, Tim. So we'll start with you. I left my heart in Benidorm. I left it on the beach.
I left it there, I pulled it out, and then I let out a screech. Thank you. Heart surgery is the name of the game. I heard a sailor cry.
Yes, Barry.
So off I rushed to the hospital, which chanced to be nearby.
Oh, yes.
A Spanish doctor spoke to me, and then he laid me down.
Not a moment too soon.
He then cut off my ears, which really made me frown, and threw them into a passing crowd, just like the matador.
But I was earless, and I thought, now, what are my ears for? Without my ears, I cannot see.
Pardon?
Wait.
Without my ears, I cannot see. My hat is such a size, without my ears to keep it up, it falls down over my eyes.
Well, Graeme Garden finishes that one off and earns marks in the process. Go on now to the point where I flick through the yellow pages and I ask the teams to stop me and choose a trade. And then at the end of the programme, I'll be asking the teams for appropriate names for members of that trade at their annual ball. So will you stop me now, teams? Tim, you stop me.
Stop.
Right. Well, you can either have self-drive hire or you can have sewing, cotton, silk and thread manufacturers.
Oh, yeah.
Or you can have security service. Let's have security services, Ball.
No,
that should give you scope.
Self-drive.
Ball or yellow pages?
I've chosen security services for you, and that's the one you'll be thinking about for the rest of the programme when you're not thinking about this next round, which is the round called Excuses, and it's based on the game so popular with married couples, Where the Hell Have You Been? It's Gone Midnight. Someone I'm about to nominate will ask a searching question, and the next person will make an excuse, and the next will foil that excuse, and so on until I press the buzzer or murder is committed. And we start with you, Graeme Garden.
Right. It's j'accuse.
Knew him well.
Jack,
Why have you shot my budgie?
Because he kept calling me a pretty boy. Then.
But you are a pretty boy.
Oh.
Then.
I don't want any number of budgerigars knowing that fact.
But why did you have to shoot him?
Because he was too small for my electric chair.
Why didn't you let the vet put him down?
Well, somebody had to hold him still while I shot him.
But did you have to shoot the vet as well?
Of course, it was a double-barrel shotgun.
I draw it. Very good, Tim. Excellent. Tim gets a mark there. And we start this next one with Willie Rushton.
Why have you put a ferret down my trouser?
Good question. To flush out the hairs.
They're not really hares, they're rabbits.
All right, that's not really a ferret.
What is it then?
Believe it or not, it's John Selwyn Gummer.
What is he doing down there? I wish I hadn't asked. What is he doing down there?
He's chairman of the Conservative Party. Just found a member of the National Front.
Never mind all
Down
that.
the trousers. Oh, sorry.
Why have you stolen my truss? He said feelingly.
Oh, so you did.
I didn't think you'd mind my borrowing it while you popped out for a minute.
curious.
Fine. Let's hurry along to the next round, which is the singing relay.
Oh.
And this week we're playing a more complex version of it. The two teams will now attempt to sing together. In other words, they all go around one after the other instead of in separate teams. They're going to sing a song with each member taking a word in turn. And the song that you're going to do, teams, is Do, Re, Mi from Sound of Music. And we start... excuse me a minute. You're disqualified for interrupting the chair. We're starting with you, Graeme.
Right. The normal order after that, is it?
It's the normal order.
As opposed to yours, Hump.
Do.
Dear.
Female.
Dear.
Ray.
Drop.
Of.
Golden.
Sun. Me.
Name.
I call myself
Far.
long
Way.
to
Run.
so needle pulling thread.
Love.
Note to
Follow.
so
Tea.
Drink.
with jam and bread that
Well,
bring
Us.
back
to
to
Oh.
So much for the practice round. And now, Colin, if you lead this one a little bit faster than that, please. We'll do it again faster, teams.
Okay.
Do. Dear. Female.
Dear.
Ray.
Drop sun with me. Myself
Far.
long to run.
So.
Pulling thread.
Love.
Note.
So.
Tea.
Drink.
With.
Jam.
And
Bread.
That's
the first time will
bring
us
Back.
to
do.
oh.
No, Do, Re, Mi, Fa, Sol, La, Ti, Do. It's got written down. Oh.
That was slower.
Right. We're going to play the game called Suitcase. For reasons that are too complicated to go into, the teams have to pack their suitcases entirely with objects beginning with a letter that I shall give them. The other team can challenge if they think that any of the objects will have difficulty fitting into a suitcase. The packing team will then provide suitable far-fetched explanations as to how they intend to cram them in. What fun this will be. Now, Tim and Willie, you're going to start packing your suitcase with the letter B.
A border.
Challenge from Barry Cryer.
Specify.
Border terrier.
Yes, that's okay. That's okay.
Yes.
A basilisk.
2 basilisks.
A bison.
Challenge from Barry Cryer.
A wash basin.
No, a hand bison.
Fair enough.
Beautiful bouncing brunette.
Protect.
Challenge from Barry Cryer.
Specify.
Well, got to blow her up. I mean, do you want me to blow her up now?
For that
Blew her
reason, we're
up, she
taking bicycle pump.
You've got a little space left in your suitcase.
Right, in that case, I will put in a bordello.
Successful challenge there. You cheated, Tim, so you're disqualified. Barry and Graeme, it's your turn to pack your suitcase now with the letter Y. Try and be quicker.
Why? No, sorry.
Silly question.
It was why. Why? Why?
A yachting cap.
Challenge from Tim.
They haven't opened the case yet.
Comes up on Thursday.
Carry
All
on.
right. Click, click. A yachting cap.
Yale lock as on the case.
Yale University.
Including the students?
Yes.
I think that's too big.
Well, there can't be that many students at a locksmith's university, surely. I mean.
The audience seem to think you should get away with that, Graeme, so carry on.
I think they just thought I should get away. Barry.
That's B. Oh, sorry.
Barry backwards.
Yeah.
Challenge.
I don't think you can get him in backwards. You can get him in...
A Yakutsi, which is the correct spelling.
Of what?
Chumley.
Yellow pages.
Very good. Oh, it's me.
So it is. Trick of the light. Brooke-Taylor comes revenge.
Not for the first time. Why?
Why not, we say? Full circle.
Come on, Barry.
Yangtze River, Polaroid of.
All right.
Graeme.
Oh, a Yamaha mouth organ.
Seems totally reasonable to me.
Challenge from Tim.
If he's going to get free advertising, a Yamaha motorbike.
You're packing the wrong case and you're disqualified, Tim. Tim Brooke-Taylor has the unique distinction of having been disqualified twice in the same game. As we go on to the game called Translations. Oh. This is an educational round now. I'm going to give each team member an obscure foreign phrase and ask him to translate it and give its derivation. 2 points for each correct answer and 10 points for each wrong one. Graeme Garden, we're going to start with you. And just let me polish up my impeccable accent. L'après-midi d'un faune.
L'après-midi d'un faune. That means cheap rate, doesn't it?
Excellent, yes. Tim.
Whoa.
Something from the Latin for you. Vini, vidi, vici.
Vini. Vini, I came. Vici, Vicky. I came to see Vicky. Vidi. Unfortunately, she was suffering from a social disease.
For which you get disqualified instantly. As we go on to Barry Crime. Ma petite chose.
My flies are open.
You said it, not me, and you get 10 points for it. Right, Willie Rushton, finally. Faites vos jeux.
Faites vos jeux. Go 3 rounds of the Green Goddess. Or go blind slowly.
Well, amazingly, Tim Brooke-Taylor wins that one.
Thanks.
And we go on to another new game. This is called Lyric Chit-Chat. The game is set in a pub and concerns that moment when you're accosted by a strange bore who insists on engaging you in conversation. Each team member will take it in turns to be the bore, and his conversation will consist of lines from a particular song. The other team member then has to try and fill in the other side of the conversation with appropriate replies. Have you got that quite clear?
Sorry, Hump, I wasn't listening.
No.
Barry, you understood it, so will you start? You can be the first ball.
Oh, yes, right. I want to hold your hand.
Ah.
What?
Well,
And when I touch you...
Good heavens, is it that late?
I feel happy inside.
Oh, lucky happy.
Well, that was excellent.
You think Tim should be disqualified?
No.
What does the audience think?
Excellent.
Sorry,
Oh, they
Tim.
do.
Been disqualified again.
Disqualified again, yes. Or as an alternative, you can start the next round.
Right.
You are the bore.
Yes. How are things in Glockamora?
Haven't been there for a year or two.
Been some time since we were there.
Yes, yes.
Is that little brook still leaping there?
As far as I remember, yes.
Any
yes.
relation of yours, is it?
Does it run down to Donny Cove?
Well, only on alternate days during the week.
Through Killybegs?
Oh, yes. yes.
Kilkerry and Kildare?
When they're there, yes.
Yes.
How are things in Glockamora?
you asked us that.
Yes,
you remember.
Is that willow tree still weeping there?
As far as I know, yes, yes.
Not boring you.
Boring me, and I like it.
Disqualify him.
I ask each
you want to go on? Because I'd rather you stopped. Right.
How are things in Glockamora?
Okay, Graeme, will you start with your lyric?
Right.
I talk to the trees.
Helps them grow, does it? That's what I chat them away and up they go.
But they don't listen to me.
You've probably bored the buggers to death.
I have a feeling you cleaned that up.
I talk to the stars.
Stars, eh? Burt Reynolds, Clint Eastwood, myself, that sort of...
Caliber?
Yes, caliber.
But they never hear me.
Pardon?
Excellent.
Don't disqualify.
The audience has gone on strike. I thought that was worth an absolute roar of applause. But obviously you didn't. Willie Rushton.
How are things in Glockham?
Your friend's just left.
My twin brother.
No regrets. I've had a few.
Yes, we can see that.
Yes, well, you'll be all
But
right.
then again, too few to mention.
Well,
no,
we'll
trust
walk you
us.
around the block.
No, I did what I had to do.
Oh, yes, we saw you.
We saw it.
and saw it through, without exemption.
Yes.
I planned each chartered course.
Well, make your way to the bar then. You...
Each careful step along the byway, and more.
More?
Much more than this.
Yes.
I did it my way.
Bar made of cloth.
Yes, there were times.
It's nearly
I'm
time.
sure
now.
you knew when
Yes.
I bit off more than I could chew.
Yes, he's in the cottage hospital now.
We're into that dangerous area again. But through it all, when there was doubt, I ate it up. And spit it out. Sorry, I thought...
If you hadn't said that, Willie, I would have thought you...
Last orders, please.
I thought that was me. It was the buzzer.
Yes, it meant that you're disqualified.
Oh, good.
And we go on now to play another round of that popular game, Mornington Crescent. As aficionados of Mornington Crescent will know, this game has played an important role in psychoanalysis. Indeed, Sigmund Freud used Mornington Crescent as an alternative to word associations. So now, as we play Mornington Crescent this week, see what conclusions you can draw about the participants from their answers. See what subconscious obsessions they reveal. Straight rules this time, teams, and we'll start with you, Graeme.
Cockfosters.
Next patient.
Bulls Pond Road.
Hampton Wick.
Great Titfield speech.
Clapham Common.
Turnham Green.
Parsons Green.
Virginia Water.
Staines High Street.
Morning shock headline, doesn't it?
Mornington Crescent.
While you were all laughing and joking, Tim creeps up there and wins the game.
But he's disqualified, isn't he?
No, not this time. Everybody else is, funnily enough, this time. But not Tim. Now, with Tim the winner of that one, we go on to the point where I asked the teams for their late arrivals at the annual ball. And remember, it was the Security Services annual ball.
This'll be a bit of fun.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
There's Paddy Lock. First one in, first one out. Ineffective lock, sorry.
Chapman Pincher's brother, Doberman. I'm going home now.
From France, please will you welcome. Actually, he's moved to Germany. Monsieur Le Prouf moved to Germany, where he's now become a burger, now known as a Burger Le Prouf.
With his friend's Helmut Cole. That's security, isn't it? And Hans Zupp. And helmet.
And hands cuffs.
Well, possibly, yes. And moving into the world of espionage and such like with those two cousins, Emma 5 and Emma 6.
He's nodding, listeners, he's nodding.
And will you welcome, please, Lord... Oh, no, I'll do this in a Cockney accent, because then it will work. Will you welcome, please, Lord Tector and Lady Tector?
That was Japanese.
All the way from Holland, Hertz Van Rentel. Again.
What's that got to do with security?
Well, they hired a van. There was a rush on.
Here's the Search family, the musical family, the Searches. Son, conductor. Conductor Search.
Very good.
Well, it's security. It's very funny, too.
Those two security close friends and partners, Ivor coshed down my trousers, and Hugh could have fooled me.
And you're disqualified.
Security with a song, banana armour plating.
With the Searchers.
Oh, there's Ivor Goldbrick and his bull, Ian.
Mr. and Mrs. out for the burglars, and their daughter, Alison, out for burglars, with her incredible combinations.
On which low note, ladies and gentlemen, we've come very nearly to the end of tonight's programme. So it only remains for me to say, on behalf of the teams and myself, good night.
Good night.
Barry Cryer, Graeme Garden, Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton were being given silly things to do by Humphrey Lyttleton, with Colin Sell setting some of them to music. The programme was produced by Paul Mayhew Archer. We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the antidote to panel games. At the piano is Colin Sell, and your chairman is Humphrey Lyttleton.
Hello and welcome to the show, which has become an institution. And as it's lights out at 10 o'clock, I better introduce the inmates to you very quickly now. Barry Cryer and Graeme Garden on my left. Willie Rushton and Tim Brooke-Taylor on my right. And we start with a familiar game. Last episode. In this round, the aim is to put the last nail in the coffin of a long-running radio or television show and close the series in one line. Colin Sell will play the theme music, and I'll award points for bad taste. We start with you. We'll give you 10 points in advance, Tim Brooke-Taylor.
That was money well spent.
I should like you, Tim Brooke-Taylor, to put the nail in the coffin of Goodbye, Mr. Chips.
Oh. You wanted Mr. Chips fired. I thought you said fried.
Barry Cryer, it's your turn now to put an end to the living planet.
This used to be an area covered with quicksands, but now it's...
Willie Rushton, here's a difficult one for you. In one line, put an end to Coronation Street.
We regret to announce the cancellation tonight of Coronation Street. Due to a cock-up at the White House, Ronald Reagan has sent the entire U.S. Marine Corps into Grenada.
That puts you in the lead, Willie. Now, Graeme, see if you can catch up. And I want you in one line to put an end to dynasty, or, if you prefer it, which I don't, dynasty.
Look out! Joan Collins's makeup is beginning to crack! Run for your life!
And I prefer dysentery.
This is the point where I flick through yellow pages and choose the profession for which our teams will provide appropriate guests at their annual ball. Will you stop me as I flick through now, please? Right, do you want carvers and gilders? Or cat boarding kennels?
Sterling.
Or catering equipment? I'll tell you what, that gives us the best scope. Catering equipment.
Entitled to your opinion, Humphrey.
So at the end of the programme, you'll have to announce guests at the ball of the catering equipment purveyors. We're going to play a game now called Call My Bluff. It's a game familiar to all those of you who've seen the television programme of the same name. The teams are going to give me 4 different definitions of a word, and I have to guess which one is correct. And they will then tell me if it's true or a bluff. All right, teams? Here's the word coming up. Obituary. Obituary. And I think we'll start with you, Graeme.
I don't like to pick you up on your pronunciation, usually, but in this case it's obituary. An obituary is actually a phrase or sentence whose meaning is the complete opposite of what it seems to be. So, for example, if President Reagan says that the sighting of missiles in Britain will safeguard the future of Europe, that is an obituary. Steering. True.
Okay, let's hear your definition, Tim.
It's an Irish word, obituary. Irish actors, actually, make jokes about each other a lot. I remember hearing one Irish actor saying they can't even get the knock-knock jokes right. He tried it the other day, and he went, knock-knock, and the other one went, I can't hear you, I've gone out. And theatrical expressions in Ireland, putting someone down behind their back, that's what it is. It's... You can often hear Irish actors say that there's nothing like a nice piece of obituary. Obituary. Irish.
Obituary.
Obituary.
Obituary. I like a nice bit of obituary.
It's very like the English word bituary.
Isn't it?
Particularly with your Irish accent.
Okay, then. Or K, as we say over here. Barry.
Not Irish at all.
Give me your definition.
Sorry, I'm not Irish at all. It's Russian. Obituary. Gagarin, the first Russian astronaut who orbited the Earth in 1961. His name's nearly an anagram of Niagara. But just falls short. But he orbited the Earth at 30,000 kph. Which means Khrushchev's piles hurt, which is why he banged his shoe at the United Nations. But he was born in Smolensk in 1934, son of a collective farmer, married a tractor. They didn't have any children because he left the handbrake on, and became a pilot in 1957. He got the series, and he orbited the Earth. And it was subsequently named after the scientist who masterminded the operation, Vladimir Ronik. It's known as the Ronik orbit. And that's what it means. It means to circle the Earth. Orbit Yuri. His Christian name is Yuri. Now we're under the name of Yuri Geller.
And that leaves you, Willie Rushton.
The pronunciation, as you all see, it's a complaint frequently levelled at persons like myself. It's a bit too airy. And it comes, funnily enough, from Oberammergau. When they're casting for the Passion Play, all the villagers, 400 or so, turn up with beards. This is clearly fine until they reach Mary Magdalene. And they used to have this quick word, just hum along the line, a bit, and they knew exactly what they meant. A bit too airy. You can't have a bearded Mary Magdalene. It's a bit too airy,
Right, well, we've got 4 contrasting definitions there. Graeme Garden's, I don't know, it went on a bit about Reagan and the rest of it. Could be true, though. On the other hand, it might not be. I don't know.
He's musing.
Not very.
Tim, just a minute. 10 points. Graeme Garden off. Tim, Irish obituary.
Oh, hi.
Yeah. Or again, Russian. We got Irish, Russian, and Willie. I couldn't really hear Willie's. What about you, Graeme?
What?
Show the audience here whether it's true or a bluff. I could have sworn it was you. Right, well, who has the true definition? It's amazing. Every time people play the game a lot, but it's always a surprise. Now, we go on to the round that's called Calypso Stroke Blues. This is the round where each team has to improvise either a calypso or a blues, with the members of each team taking alternate lines, and assistance is provided, of course, at the piano by Colin Sell. Graeme and Barry, will you give Tim and Willie a subject?
Yes, the subject we'd like to give them is Esther Ranson.
Is this a calypso or a blues?
Blues, I expect.
Well, I woke up this morning. Esther Ranson opened up her mouth like the doors of an electronic garage. Heaven knows I sit on the strange new minces inside. Yeah. I do not wish to disparage. But while I'm on the subject, I wouldn't say they were big, but they were obviously designed by the architect of the London Barrage. It's like giddy. Thank you. Pearly teeth.
Dead ethnic, that was. Tim and Willie, will you give...
Half right.
Will you give Tim and Willie... you have to give Graeme and Barry their title. Is this a blues you'd like them to sing?
It's a blues.
It's a blues.
And the subject
and
is...
we would like the French agricultural policy blues.
Je me suis levé ce matin, en faisant sur la montée de l'arme sidérant.
Ah oui. J'aime ma belle Marie Thérèse, c'est bon, dis Une vache me tombe et pointe soit Mitterrand. Bonsoir tout le monde, oui.
Peace. No subtitles, very French or deaf. Whole new meaning, beast in our time.
Okay, teams. In this round, the aim is not to amuse the audience.
Oh, we've done this one, Matt. Do an ad-lib poem, huh?
Each panelist in turn says a word, and the first one who gets a laugh from the studio audience is disqualified. The remaining three continue the game in rotation until only one survives, and for that one, I award a large number of points, assuming he isn't disqualified. We'll start with you, Barry.
Sybarite.
Plethora.
Sycamore.
Glockamora. Oh, come on! Oh. Own goal.
Right, you're out, Tim. Sorry about that. I mean, there was no question about that. There wasn't... I definitely heard a titter there. Barry, continue.
Jodhpur.
Ox.
Lump.
Hey?
I didn't hear a thing.
Nor did I. Willie?
Rhubarb.
Hubris.
Stencil.
Bent.
Ink.
Disqualify.
Trouser.
Gusset.
Yes, I definitely heard it.
Come on.
Sorry, Barry. And also, you're disqualified for playing out of turn. So that leaves just Willie Rushton and Graeme Garden. And you start off now. Graeme Garden, this is getting exciting.
He explained. Squid.
Meat.
Brush.
Bulb.
But what?
Bulb. You don't get done for repeats, do you? I mean, first time, straight
No,
to the dive.
that was very cunning, Graham, but it didn't work, I'm afraid.
No.
Tulip.
Paper.
Mont Blanc.
Firkin.
Willie, I'm sorry
Brave
about that.
try, Willie.
So, Graeme Garden's the winner. Hasn't had a laugh all night. Now we go on to the connection quiz. This is like Mastermind, except it's played with a more uncomfortable chair. I'm going to give each contestant a set of objects or people, and he has to tell me what the connection is between them. And incidentally, these are all taken from an old book called the British Book of Lists. So they're all completely genuine, and that's no joke. Tim, here's your list. I want the connection between diarrhea medicine.
How do you spell medicine?
He's in a hurry.
Light plastic Mac, glue, and can opener.
They're all essential things to take on holiday to Portugal. Alternatively, essential things for a really good Christmas.
Well, Tim, this is absolutely, you must be psychic. This is absolutely amazing.
Psychic.
Because in the British Book of Lists, the actual answer is things to take on holiday to China. So you got it wrong.
What do you want to...
Graham,
Like
that was very close, actually.
Oh, very.
Very close. Not very funny, but very close. Now, Graham, here's your list for you. The connection between Edward Kennedy, Britt Eklund, Warren Beatty, Margaret Trudeau, and Prince Andrew.
What a night that was.
Yes, they haven't all appeared together in a famous photograph, haven't they? In court proceedings? No. They haven't, by any chance, all had an affair with Rod Stewart?
Well,
simultaneously.
Rod Stewart would be in the list as well.
Edward Kennedy, Britt Eklund, Warren Beatty, Margaret Trudeau, Prince Andrew. Oh, all their names are anagrams of Richard Stilgoe.
Actually, your Rod Stewart answer got nearest because it might well be implicit in the actual answer in the British Book of Lists, which is that they're the most gossiped about people. Would you believe that?
How do you know?
Say no more.
Willie Rushton, here's the list for you. Charles Dickens, Adolf Hitler, Noel Coward, Charlie Chaplin.
It's very nearly the back four for Stockport County. I think they all marched into Poland except Charlie Chaplin, who waddled.
Yes. Well, I'll tell you what the actual link is, if you want to know.
Yes, I'd be very fascinated.
They were all early school leavers.
Oh,
well,
Isn't that incredible?
All went home at 3:30.
It leaves only you, Barry. Here's an intriguing list. Men with pipes, rabbis, cyclists, and Italian drivers.
All accepted immediately into the SDP. Wait a minute. Most men tend to smoke a pipe on the right. Italian drivers drive on the right. Cyclists, continentals of that ilk, would ride on the right. And most rabbis... Well, I can't say that, can I really? They live longest.
Not
no,
quite.
it can't be Italian drivers, can it?
Do you want me to tell you?
Oh, yes,
Very
more than
intriguing.
life itself.
Well, they're on the cabbies' hate list. Those four are top of the cabbies' hate list. Funny thing, I can
Rabbis?
understand.
They never leave a tip.
No, you never know when they'll...
There'll be letters.
You remember the old song, Run, Rabbi, Run, Rabbi, Run. Dart out, kick in Kingston.
Those of you listening at home will be wondering about the scores. We go on to travel brochure jargon. This is around which, as I've just said, is called travel brochure jargon, and it concerns those brochures which are regularly shortlisted for the Booker Prize for Fiction. So I want you to give me some examples, teams, of travel brochure jargon, and then tell me what it means. And let's start with you, Tim.
Special holidays for the 18 to 30-year-olds. So you fancy a bit, do you?
Barry.
In this hotel, you can all go down to breakfast together. The floor will probably collapse.
Willie.
Blank is a lively little village. Means there's a gramophone in the only taverna.
Right, Graeme.
Yes, palm-fringed beach means surrounded by beggars.
Right, and I hope you've got some more, have you?
Compact swimming pool, better known as a bidet.
No one here. Scheduled flights means 14 days in Gatwick.
Staggering views, the local wine's dodgy.
Demi-pension, half the hotel isn't built yet.
Sun-drenched means one way or the other we'll get it right.
Your host, Herr Knockenbacher, is a great Anglophile. He wasn't actually a member of the SS.
Plenty of nightlife. Watch out for the cockroaches.
We would strongly recommend hiring a car. You are 103 miles from the nearest laboratory.
Stone's throw from the beach, Mick Jagger once vomited from the top balcony.
In the Michelin Guide, next to a tyre dump. Savour the real essence of the locals means it's next to the sewage farm.
Before we sink any further, let me tell you that Tim Brooke-Taylor is leading by 10 points.
Although disqualified.
No, although disqualified. We've just got time for another round of the well-known board game, which is called Bordeaux, as you know. And Tim, as you won the last round, you're going to start throwing the dice now.
Sound effect, hang on.
Let me just roll my own, please.
Well, passing it to you. I thought we'd make it interesting.
You can roll the dice, but I'll just roll my own.
6.
Oh, there you go.
Take a chance. Your mother becomes Prime Minister. Extraordinary coincidental business interests accumulate.
Okay, Barry, your throw.
2. You meet Dolly Parton. Dip into community chest.
Okay. Willie, your turn.
Oh, yeah. 48.
If it's a day.
That's wrong, isn't it?
Yes, you've got 32.
48, sorry, hang on.
Metric.
Take a card. In the immortal words of Norman Tebbit after meeting Boy George, get on your bisexual.
Advance another 48 places.
All right, hold it, Willie. Right. Graeme Garden.
Thank you. Aha. A pair of queens. So I'll see your halfpenny and raise you an inch. Wait. I've got to pick a card as well.
Even better. Radio 4 died today.
No one noticed.
Go straight to jail. Right.
And I've got a card here which says you're disqualified.
Oh.
Graeme Garden. So everybody's disqualified on that one. So let's go on hurriedly to tag wrestling.
Oh.
This is your favourite game, I know. In this round, I give each team the payoff of a story, and I shall then start one of you off telling a story to fit your punchline. And then when I feel like it, I shall press the buzzer, and a member from the opposing team will have to take up that story, but make for his team's punchline. Here are your punchlines, team. Barry and Graeme. Yours is Norman downed 2 more pints, then flew home from the transfusion unit. Got that? Right, Tim and Willie. Willie Whitelaw finally reached the top of the Butter Mountain, but it collapsed beneath him. Well, you start, Graeme.
I'll start, right.
Transfusion.
It was a dark and stormy night.
No,
Well
it wasn't.
told.
I tell a lie. It was a sunny morning on the continent when Willie Whitelaw got out a spanking new walking stick and set off for a walk.
Spanked a couple of peasants.
Short, sharp, sharp.
And wandered off to a lovely holiday, but it's nothing to do with Willie Whitelaw, this story.
Sheep.
No. I don't do bird impressions. Norman, not to point the finger, is a vampire. It's known in the village. We don't talk about it in the pub.
Don't mention the teeth.
The old Garlic and Cross, we're all down there every night, and we never mention Norman's predilection. And he got so upset about the Butter Mountain horror.
Fortunately, Willie Whitelaw put him at his ease by driving his spanking cane through his chest. Pulled it out again, and finally reached top of the Butter Mountain, but it collapsed beneath him, alas.
Well, a sneaky one there from Willie Rushton puts him and Tim well ahead as we go on now to the point where I ask the teams for their announcements of late arrivals at the Catering Equipment Purveyors Ball.
There's Mr. and Mrs. Durr and their son Colin Durr. Or somebody has to come in first.
Exactly. Well done, Graeme. You laid down your life.
Very good.
It's rather in vain, but you laid down your life.
And his posh friend Brian Rice.
With his Chinese chef friend who talks a lot, known to us all as Jabberwocky.
Well, the caterers would like to thank the Dessard family for the loan of the marquee.
Oh, there's Sylvia Salva.
The Immix family and their daughter Madge.
It is sad news. Mr. and Mrs. Glove dropped dead on their way here, but we are happy to welcome the orphan Glove. His nanny, the orphan cleaner.
And their pet, the eye-level gorilla.
Mr. and Mrs. Q Equipment and their daughter Barbie.
There's Reg Eulo 5. Oh, he's gone out again.
Talkative member of the Seven family, Gas Mark 7. And there's Mr. and Mrs. Pladle and their daughter Sue Pladle.
Oh, that was the ladle I saw you with last night.
She's come with Stuart Prunes. Oh, she's going.
That was no ladle, that was Des Ertspoon.
I've got one here about a master baker, but I don't think I'll do it.
At which point, ladies and gentlemen, we
You'll
come...
go blonde.
At which point we come to the end of tonight's programme. So on behalf of myself and all the teams, good night.
Barry Cryer, Graeme Garden, Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton were being given silly things to do by Humphrey Lyttleton, with Colin Sell setting some of them to music. The programme was produced by Paul Mayhew Archer.
We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the antidote to panel games. At the piano is Colin Sell, and your chairman is Humphrey Lyttleton.
Thank you and welcome to the show. We begin this week with some good news and some bad news. 3 of our regulars are able to be with us today. That's the bad news. The good news is that they're joined by Mike Harding. So welcome on my right, Mike Harding and Willie Rushton. And on my left, Graeme Garden and Barry Cryer. And we start with a game called Double Feature. This is the round that takes as its premise the poverty of the international film industry. For economic reasons, new films have to be made out of remakes of pairs of old films. And I want you to give me the resulting titles, and I'll award points for anything that approaches humour. And we'll start with you, Graeme Garden.
I've heard that they're going to combine Gorky Park, Porky's, and Delia Smith's cookery course and come up with Gorky, Porky, Pudding and Pie. Good, eh?
Okay, Mike.
Well, I thought they might combine Gandhi and Ring of Fire and do a film about an Indian bicycle regiment that lived on curry and call it Blazing Saddles.
They're combining Never Say Never Again and Strange Invaders, and they're calling it the Joan Collins story. Yes. It's there if you look for it. As Joan Collins once said.
Right, Willie Rushton.
I got here. Noise is off. I know, it's a personal problem.
Don't think we don't know.
Noise is off, scream, 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 and cats. And it's called Watch It Lads, Yehudi's having his fiddle resurfaced.
I hear that they're going to put together TVAM and Breakfast TV and call it Quits.
I thought they should combine Yanks and E.T. and just call it Go Home.
They're combining Rumble, Fish, and Apocalypse Now and calling it the BBC Canteen.
The Texas Chainsaw Massacre and Tales from the Vienna Woods and calling it Chips with Everything. Earthquake, Carry On Nurse and See How They Run, which they're going to call simply Bedpan.
Economies in television again. They're going to repeat Dallas and show the episodes in reverse order. They're going to call it Salad. Starring R.J.
Combine Saturday night and Sunday morning, a long Good Friday and never on a Sunday, and call it Lost Weekend.
Any more?
Up Periscope and Sincerely Yours. And it's called Sincerely Periscope.
Snow White and Emmanuel and call it 7-Up.
I think that's a good enough time to call a halt to that.
Slightly too
Always
late.
stop when you're behind, that's my...
Well, our newcomer Mike Harding has shot into the lead with that.
Oh.
Anyway, this is where I flick through the yellow pages and ask the teams to stop me and choose a trade. And then at the end of the program, I'll be asking the teams for appropriate names for members of that trade arriving at their annual ball. I'm going to flick through the yellow pages now. Teams, stop me when you
Stop.
wish.
Oh, I see that in case of any help, Hump.
We've stopped at letter C, page, in fact, 122.
A lot of A, B's, and
And
C's.
it gives you a choice, which is more than I'm going to do. You could have had chamois leather manufacturers or chain and lifting gear testers.
Why not?
We've had them. So we'll do charitable organisations. How
Oh,
about that?
great.
Yes.
Great.
Do you like that? Right.
Oh, yeah.
Start thinking, and we'll go on to the next round. Limericks, this is called. I'm going to ask you to make up some limericks that are suitable for broadcasting. So this shouldn't take us long. I'll give you the first line, and then you take one line each. And we'll start now with a line. A woman once said, "What the heck" to me. Mike.
You look like a physical wreck to me.
You're a leery old gent.
However, come to my tent.
Though it doesn't look very erect to me.
I'm not having that. 10 marks off.
Divert.
Here's another one, then. Let's hear it for old Russell Hartio.
He's a bit of a lad for a party-o.
You arrive about 8.
And you're given a plate.
Of chicken and ham and tomato.
Thank you, Mike. Graeme Garden. A A Portuguese goer from Chile.
These get better, don't they, Hump? A Portuguese goer from Chile once met a young hooker named Willie.
Me? He started to hug her.
Thank you, Mike. She said, let's play rugger.
Half-time score, Chile 3, Willie 0.
Right, and finally, Willie, here's one for you to take up. A cheeky young cowpoke called Hank.
Went into the woods.
You never get away with it.
With a plank.
Just a warning shot.
For 3 or 4 winters,
he suffered the splinters.
But he laughed all the way to the bank.
That's stupid.
Clean up.
Very good, Barry. You win that one.
Thank you, Hum.
We go on now to the... Actually, the score is a bit embarrassing at the moment, so I'll keep it to myself. We go on to the round called Word for Word. In this round, one of the members of a team says a word and his partner must say another word totally unconnected with the first, and so on. The other team can challenge and try and prove a connection. And we'll start now. Who wants to start this one?
They do.
They do. Willie Rushton and Mike Harding, will you start this off? Get ready to challenge Graeme and Barry.
Palimpsest. Plank.
Challenge from Barry Cryer.
Connection between Palim and Cest. Such a long word, I thought I should intrude in the middle of it.
Palimpsest is a Greek word meaning twice written, and it concerns manuscripts of which one erases the upper layer and writes upon the cleaned vellum beneath.
Well, we all know that.
Tim wouldn't have known that.
So there are 2 versions. That's the connection, first and second version. I knew I was onto something here.
Good challenge.
Excellent.
Oh, I was supposed to short it. Will you start?
Yes.
Will you start with your word, Graeme?
Lamborghini.
Thrush.
Challenge from Willie Rushton.
The diet of the thrush is Lamborghinis. The famous Italian vegetable.
Very
Anyway.
good.
Yes,
Very good challenge.
yes.
Okay, Willie, you take a word.
Taro.
Transistor.
Tomato.
Verisimilitude. Teak. Turgid.
Door.
Challenge there from Barry Cryer.
Teak, well known as the most turgid of woods. I read it in a book. The Book of Wood Lists.
By Nigel Rees.
Who else?
Right, Barry, you win that one. Take a word.
Flitch.
Challenge from Mike Harding.
No connection with anything.
No, you adjudicate.
What's your defence? I want to hear your side of it.
No, I'm not here to defend myself.
Then you lose a point. Mike?
Bassoon.
Hemp.
Grunge.
Socket.
Challenge.
Grunge
Graeme
and
Garden.
Socket, a very well-known drag act.
Very good, Graeme. They were on the point of winning that round when you intercepted them, so you and Barry win that one. As we go on to the round Just a Minim. This is a musical round in which the team members attempt to sing a song for a minute without hesitation, repetition, or deviation. Our song is going to start with you, Willie, and it's There Is Nothing Like a Dame. Challenge there.
Hesitation.
Hesitation.
That's one of the few people who can count in.
It actually starts off. It starts off.
Colin
Repetition
was
of
having his full
hesitation.
moment. I was allowing Colin his brief moment of glory prior to my singing, after which he's lost.
And he also has to play Colo Voce, which is not easy.
Could you play it again, Colin? I think you'll notice I was doing the right thing. I was also trying to remember the tune. There is nothing like a dame.
Challenge from Graeme
in the
Garden.
world.
A deviation from the key there, I think.
That was in F, where I belong.
Yeah, I think that's okay. You were in the area of the right key, Willie, so carry on.
Well, it was on the keyboard, yes.
There are no books like a female. Absolutely all resembling a person of the opposite sex. Complete and utter inadequacy of alcoholic refreshment, resembling a person, not a man. And as to thinking, forget it. And the same thing goes for acting, or indeed attracting. In fact, there's not a thing that's wrong with any person with a male inclination here.
Challenged by thing.
Well,
I
quite
think
obvious.
there were
That's
several
how I
things
my life.
about. Several things about. I thought.
Absolutely right.
Thank
Absolutely
you.
right.
I just sing with the
well, Graeme and Barry and Mike Harding didn't really get a look in that round, which
Lucky.
puts them
Very
about
grateful we
25
were.
points ahead.
Oh, what a painless round. Wonderful.
We've just got time for another round of the well-known board game Bordeaux. And you remember how it was poised last week, so Barry, it's your turn now to throw the dice.
11. 6 and 5. Oh dear. Pick up a card. You are Ronald Reagan. Go back to Hollywood. Oh. I go back 7 to Hollywood. Right. Onward.
That was 7.
That was 7, yes, in my book. Plus VAT.
Okay. Right, Willie Rushton.
Oh. 4. A ladder. Up we go. Oh, no, it's a ladder in Joan Collins' stocking. Down we go. All right. Sorry, Britain.
Graeme Garden.
Aha, 14 the hard way.
Back to Joan Collins again.
Double 7, right. So that means I move my Sydney Opera House 2 spaces. Into the cellar, and I suspect Colonel Mustard in the gents at Piccadilly.
Your turn, Mike.
One. Community chest. You've been elected Prime Minister of Great Britain. Go straight to Abu Dhabi. Do not pass go. Collect £2 million. At night, your son on the way back, where in the toilets in Piccadilly meets Colonel Mustard.
Well, on that cliffhanger, we've gone now to Call My Bluff, a game familiar to all those who've seen the television program of the same name. It's very much the same way. The teams are going to give me 4 different definitions of a word, and I have to guess which one is correct, and then they'll tell me whether it's true or a bluff. And this week, teams, your word is Lyttleton. Lyttleton. Let's start with you, Barry.
Well, this dates from the Olympic Games. Many of you may have seen the film Chariots of Fire, and the 2 heroes, as it were, of that film were Harold Abrahams, the great Jewish athlete who used to run 220 yards, but to you 200, and the Eric Liddell, the great Scots athlete, who was a very religious man, whose motto regarding athletic events was "Never on a Sunday," which was exemplified in the film. He later changed his name to Melina McCory and became Elgin Marbles champion. But it all dates from him being nobbled, Humph. He was nobbled. Somebody introduced curry powder and Cenepods into his pre-race drink, and he thus ran 100 yards in 0.34 seconds, which was computed as being 100 miles an hour, known as a ton. So a Liddell Littleton. The derivation, a nobbled athlete. Lyttleton.
Right. We go on to you, Willie. What about your definition?
Oh, mine actually is Lyttleton is the pronunciation. And it's a new service that British Telecom has brought in for compulsive liars. And you actually lie until you hear meep. And it's quite good. You can talk about Lyttletons, for instance, whose record is pretty appalling in this country, particularly Bad Penny Blues.
Just make a note about that one. And we go on to you, Graeme Garden.
Well, it comes from the old French, and the phrase in French is le tel temps, which is literally untranslatable, but as close as you could get would be so what? Le tel temps, they cry. If, for example, a jazzo was to stand up and toot out Bad Penny Blues on his trumpet, the French audience might turn to their friends and say, le tel temps, so what? That's what it means.
Fair enough.
Lyttleton.
Right.
Fair enough.
Le tel temps, so what? The audience is saying it now, can you hear
There
me?
you go.
Right, Mike Harding.
Lyttleton is, in fact, a word of Cumbrian origin. It dates from 18th century England, 18th century Cumbria in particular. And Lyttleton is a feather bolster that was used in bundling. Bundling was a tradition that arose somewhere around about the 17th century. In the 18th century, if you actually look at parish register, you'll see that the average age of marriage was 27 years. And the onset of puberty was somewhere around about 14. This meant that, any mathematician could tell you, this meant 13 years of biting the fireplace and kicking the crumhorn and waiting at tumbril terminuses and kissing your good lady goodnight as she went off into the darkness of 18th century England. There was nowhere, in other words, that couples could go to court each other, to have a good court, as they used to say. The woods were full of desperate men and the hills were full of desperate women because nobody invented roads so far. So the custom grew of people lying together. This was called bundling, so they could get to know each other. And they had a feather bolster with sharp bodykins in it, which would puncture your ego if you tried to cross the forbidden line. And this tradition of bungling, or climbing in the window of your loved one, degenerated into, the word actually degenerated and became burgling. So, a Lyttleton...
This is longer than Thornbird.
I know, but it isn't costing as much
It's
yet.
better.
So a Lyttleton is a bolster that they used to put between courting couples. It's a corruption of the Cumbrian Lyttle Dawn, or Little Dawn, Lyttleton. And that's the actual truth. And may I stab my victuals if I'm wrong, sir?
Right. Well, I've got a fine selection here. I didn't like Barry's definition particularly. Apart from anything else, he didn't plug Bad Penny Blues. I didn't understand Willie's. I've got nothing down. I've actually French. So what? It's got a ring of authenticity about it, hasn't it?
Yeah.
No. As for the feather bolster, goodness me, we learnt a lot then, I must admit. I'm going to go for that one, actually. I'm going to go for Mike Harding's definition, the feather bolster, because it was very ingenious, didn't you think? Oh.
No. That's Southern for long.
In 11th series, I've never heard a noise before from the audience like that.
They were talking in their sleep, I think.
So, will you tell me whether it's true or a bluff, Mike Harding?
A bluff.
Well, so who has the true definition?
I think
Who would have thought?
Who'd have?
Well, I never.
Good Lord.
That's amazing.
Amazing, isn't it?
Isn't it? You never know. Now then, that brings us to a tiebreaker. And what better for a tiebreaker than another round of Mornington Crescent? Actually, you may remember the Mornington Crescent digital competition we set 5 weeks ago. Using a computer, we asked you to find the shortest playable route from Baker Street to Mornington Crescent. Well, we now have the result. I'm sorry about the long delay, but we had to verify it using the BBC computer, or pocket calculator, to give it its technical name. I'm going to give you the answer now. It's Baker Street, Westbourne Grove, Gants Hill, Mornington Crescent. Well, obviously the competition was closed to people taking part in this program, but the first name out of the producer's toupee is... First name out is Mr. T. Brooke-Taylor. Well done, Mr. Brooke-Taylor. You'll win a new set of floppy disks. And now on to this week's game, and we'll make it very simple since we have a novice playing. Okay, Barry? So, and we'll start now with you, Barry.
Ladbroke Grove.
Willie.
St Andrew's Hill.
St Andrew's Hill.
Yeah, I don't...
South of St Paul's, which is a clever move.
Yes, all right.
Good Street. Mornington Crescent.
Oh, you can.
Yeah.
God, he's twigged fast.
Our audience were there a little bit ahead of you, but still, you got there in the end. So Mike Harding's the winner of that round as well. We come to the point where I ask the teams for their late arrivals to announce the late arrivals at the Charities Ball.
Brimming with confidence. Will you welcome, please, Mr. and Mrs. Aid and their daughter, Christine Aid.
And her friend, Maundy Rice-Davis.
And her ox, Fam.
Closely followed by the Rabbit family, Buckshee and Donation.
Mr. and Mrs. Day and their son, Poppy.
The Speciers and their daughter, Iris.
Mr. and Mrs. Concern and their West Country son, Adge Concern.
Oh, there's Charity Biggins. I thought she was at home.
I like it. I'm believing that charity begins at home. There's Mr. and Mrs. from Armenia. Mr. and Mrs. does a quid till payday. And son from Bradford. Len does a quid till Friday.
With his girlfriend, Anne Doubt.
There's Faith, Hope and Charity, and the greatest of the three is the 15% VAT. That's a political point I'm making.
Well, the Ukrainian couple, Mr. and Mrs. Yorandin, and their Cockney relative, Gert Yorandin.
There's Grace. I'd like to do her a favour. Now then. No, she's got a boyfriend with her, Benny Pitt.
The Egyptian couple, Kitchen, and their daughter, Sue. Kitchen.
I think I know them.
There's an old chap over there, the magistrate, known to us all affectionately as Beak West.
And the people who really believe in charity beginning at home, the Russian couple from Irkutsk, Mr. and Mrs. Sugarlove, and their son, Boris Sugarlove.
There's Witch Hazel. She's the covenant.
From Wales.
And why not?
Mr. and Mrs. Sports and their anti-blood. And Mr. and Mrs. Vation and their daughter, Sal. And not forgetting Mr. and Mrs.
Keep going. Onward. Tim was never like
Mr.
this.
and Mrs. Sanctuary and their Spanish cousin, Don Key Sanctuary.
That's it.
Before we get letters saying that Willie Rushton hogs the show, on which high spot, ladies and gentlemen, let's say that Mike Harding's had a runaway win this week. And so from him and them and all of us, good night.
Barry Cryer, Graeme Garden, Willie Rushton and Mike Harding were being given silly things to do by Humphrey Lyttleton, with Colin Sells setting some of them to music. The programme was produced by Paul Mayhew Archer.
We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the antidote to panel games. At the piano is Colin Sell, and your chairman is Humphrey Lyttleton.
Hello and welcome to the show. This is the last program in the present series, and I've received, in fact, lots of letters from people saying how sorry they are that the series has to end after 10 weeks. 2 would have been better. However, these time welcome Graeme Garden and Barry Cryer on my left, Mike Harding and Willie Rushton on my right. And to the delight of the teams, we're going straight into an ad-lib poem. I'm going to give someone the first line of a poem, and they continue, as you know, until I buzz them, and the next person continues. And now, the first line this time, which I shall give to Mike. I leant upon a coppice gate, which gave beneath my bulk.
Then I decided to paint myself green and go round as the Incredible Hulk. I wandered down a lonely lane. I was alone and lonely.
I thought, I don't like being on my Todd. There's only me here, only. I'll go into the local pub. 'Tis known as the Duck and Pullet.
I thought orange was the only word. It had no rhyme. You ever rhyme for pullet?
Yeah.
What?
Pullet.
Bullet? That's quite good, actually. And so into the pub I went, with the speed of a passing bullet. Despite the fact...
Derisive cheers.
They know their own, you know.
I can always cut out the audience bits, and then they think I'm clever. They put some applause in after. I am
cut out more than that. Go on, then.
Oh, sorry. Despite the fact that I am green, I ordered a chartreuse.
The barman said, "A green one, sir." I said, "I'll have the puce." So he poured my puce chartreuse into a liqueur glass.
Go on, do the impossible, Mike.
I bent down to tie my shoelace, and the landlord's dog stuck his nose in my face.
Pretty good.
"Oh, Fido," I said, stroking him. He started then to lick.
My face. I said, get away, you dog. And get away right quick. You're mad, you dog. You're absolutely no use. He said, I'm mad. It's you standing there drinking that puce chartreuse.
Right, that's very good. Barry, you're a little bit ahead now. We've gone to the point where I flick through the yellow pages and choose the profession for which our teams will provide appropriate guests at their annual ball. And I ask the teams, as you know, to stop me as I flick through.
Flick, 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 flick.
Hear it?
Yeah.
Stop. And here we are.
Finger flicking good.
Halfway into the letter S, which gives you a choice of speech therapists.
What?
Solicitors, soundproofing, or sports equipment. Sports equipment. There's
Sounds like a cast to call my bluff.
What about sports equipment?
What about it?
Well,
we'll trust you.
You have to announce the arrivals at the sports equipment manufacturer's ball at the end of the program. Before that, we go on to a new round, which is called Mad Wriggle. This is a musical round in which each team will give us a folk song on a specified subject. Mike and Willie, would you like to give Graeme and Barry a subject for their folk song, please?
The Lay of the Thatchers. As a ring by Henry VIII.
As I rode out one morning, the sky was still quite dark.
I found myself in Downing Street and ready for a lark. I knocked on the door of number 10. Then a voice inside said, "Hark." Let's hope it's not cementation, 'cause it leaves a nasty mark.
Graeme and Barry, now give Mike and Willie their subject.
Yes, madrigal. A catch, I think.
A catch.
Tuneful catch. A paternity suit catch.
No.
It's going very well so far.
Oh, as I rolled out one May morning in 1983.
A bailiff came up with a paternity suit and said, "This be for thee."
I said it's Peter J with an A. Or perhaps mayhap it could be Cecil P.
I'd even put money on Prince Charles, but the blood test proved it was me.
Marks go now in the direction of Willie and Mike there as they win that round. And we go on to sound charades. Using only the immense versatility of their voices, each team will in turn give us a charade of a play, film, book, or whatever. And the other team will then have to guess what it is or why they bothered to do it. And the answer will go up on our electronic scoreboard here.
The white heat of the technological revolution.
Scoreboard. Of course, a mystery voice, which belongs to our announcer, Peter Donaldson, will reveal all to our listeners at home. And we're going to start with you, Graeme and Barry. It's going up on the board now. Here's the mystery voice.
The Far Pavilions. The Far Pavilions.
Right. Graeme and Barry, will you tell the others whether it's a film, a book, or a what?
It's a book and a television series.
3 words, yes.
Hold
all
on.
at once.
Okay.
All at once. Quite elaborate, this.
Middle and leg, please.
What did he say? He said middle and leg, please. What cricket? The cricket on the hearth.
No.
Stumps?
Not for me, thanks.
Follow up to Jaws.
The Jewel in the Crown.
Close.
The jewel not in the crown.
The Far Pavilion.
It's
a 3 words.
3 words. The far.
Oh, the.
Okay, well done, Mike.
The.
And it's Mike and Willie's turn now to do a charade. It's going up on the board now. Here at home for you is it... Here's the mystery voice.
The Little Shop of Horrors. The Little Shop of Horrors.
Right, is it a book or a film or a play?
It's a black book.
It's a musical comedy and it's 4 words.
4 words.
You're doing it all at once, Ian?
4 words. Yes.
Right.
All at once.
Where you go?
Oh, the audience are disagreeing.
The audience are getting restless.
Audience are getting restless.
There's 4.
I don't blame
4.
There's no the. Hang about. I'll look it up. 4.
4 words.
Oh, look. I'll show you.
They say 5.
Unfortunately,
the computer was wrong.
It is 4, is it? No, 4, all right. Is that your last offer?
There's 4 words.
We'll get it down to lentil yet.
We're down to 3 now. What's going on? Incredible shrinking play.
I suppose mutiny by the studio audience was inevitable sooner or later, but...
Well, they have mutinies on Wednesdays and Saturdays.
Right.
Okay. We go.
Yes.
Hey, mister, you got a packet of firelight?
No.
I wanted to set fire to me gran, really.
No. We've had a run on him.
Yeah, you got a junior garroter's kit, then?
No. We're out of string.
I'll just take that picture of Norman Tebbit, then.
Right.
It is 4 words, isn't it? I think it sounds like Little Shop of Horrors.
5.
But
Which, as our audience has realised, is 6 words.
Where did the 3 words come in?
It's just that the people who shouted 3 live in a place where one of the words has dropped off the front of the theatre.
Oh, I see.
So that explains that one. I'm glad of that. In this round, each panellist has to sing along with a disc, which is why the round is called Sing-Along. Once the tune and tempo have been established, the sound of the disc will disappear and the panellist will be left on his own. After an embarrassing pause, the disc comes back and the panellist scores points if he's still with it. Right, we'll start this round with you, Graeme Garden. And you'll be asked to sing along now, please, to Midnight Special by Big Bill Brunsey.
Let the midnight special shine a light on me. Let the midnight special shine a rebel of light on me. If you ever go to Memphis, boy, you better walk right. 'Cause the boss will raise you and it'll carry you down. Take it down to the station where the gun is at.
Not bad. I think that's worth 7, don't you? Right. Willie, now, you're going to be asked to sing along with Deck of Cards by Tex Ritter. Beautiful, this one.
I know a limerick about Tex.
And if we could possibly not have any cheating this time. Okay, Willie.
Come in, Tex.
You see, sir, when I look at the ace in my deck of cards, it reminds me there is but one God. The deuce tells me that the Bible is divided into 2 parts, the Old and the New Testaments.
Speak up, Willie.
When I see the tray, I think of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost.
Ghost.
And when I look at the 4, I think of the 4 great evangelists who preach the gospel.
There were Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
House.
And when I see the 5, it reminds me of the 5 wise virgins who trimmed their lamps. There were 10 of them. 5 were wise and were saved.
5 were foolish
and shut up.
I think that's the first time anybody's ever scored full marks.
Yes.
Right there with the virgins, Will, you were.
So it's 2 to Willie as we go over to Barry Cryer now. And you're going to sing along with Sister Susie's Selling Shirts for Soldiers.
What? Sewing shirts?
I can't say it. Sister Susie's Sewing Shirts for Soldiers, sung by Al Jolson.
And should you knock at our front door, Mother says, come inside. And if you ask where Susie is, she says with loving pride,
Sister Susie's sewing shirts for soldiers. That she loves showing shirts, our shy young Sister Susie sews. Some soldiers send epistles saying they'd sooner sleep on thistles than the soppy soft shirt for soldiers. Sister Susie sews.
Very good, very good. They're too easy, these ones. Mike, now, you're going to sing along with Gilly Gilly Ossenpfeffer by Max Bygrave.
There's a tiny house. There's a tiny house by a tiny stream. By a tiny stream.
Where a lovely lass.
Where a lovely lass.
Had a lovely dream.
Had a lovely dream.
And the dream came true. Unexpectedly. All together. In Gilly Gilly
Fantastic. That's absolutely fantastic.
Your plan failed.
6s all along the line. That was brilliant. It was brilliant. Right. Now, as the game has reached, the quiz has reached to hell with it. Let's get on to Going to play a round called smuggling. The teams will take it in turns to be either smugglers or customs officers. Team members try to smuggle illicit objects through by concealing them in longer words or phrases. And the customs officers can challenge at any time. The winners will get 10 points and the losers 10 years. It's Barry and Graeme to go first as the smugglers, and your objects to smuggle through are all types of fruit and veg.
Let us begin.
Challenge!
Lettuce.
Right.
And also, in our case, we've got an aviator ingeniously concealed and a taxi cab, age unknown. What?
Taxi.
Yeah.
With a cabbage in it.
Well, you missed the orange in aviator ingeniously concealed.
Okay, carry on.
I mustn't forget my Spanish badger, Brooke-Taylor. And...
Belated challenge.
I think you know what you just said.
2 albums here, officer. Danny LaRue, Barbara Streisand.
Danny LaRue, Barbara Streisand.
Okay.
Cashew. Oh, sorry. I've got a cold. Slaughters you know. Oh. Well, that's your lot.
Where are we going to France?
You can hear it. I can't.
Going to France. We'll stay at an auberge inn as we...
Aubergine.
Aubergine.
Yes.
Manages a bit of a sauerkraut. I'm going with my friend Harry Cobean, and he's...
When Barry gets to that part, he chokes with emotion, don't you, Barry?
I do.
So we'll be going today, and mayhap will come back tomorrow.
What was that one?
Applecum.
Right.
A last resort.
Well, you managed to get through one. Right, Willie and Mike, it's your turn now, and your objects are animals. Animals.
Well, I've got a catapult from a gullible but shrewd pigment blender who was molested in the reindeer.
That's calling their bluff.
Who challenged?
I did.
Right, what did you...
Animals took place.
Willie, carry on.
I got some ratatouille in aspic wrapped in giraffe paper.
Rat and...
Challenge. What was the challenge?
Rat.
A rat or two.
Ass. Peak, as in Pekingese.
Peak. I noticed that one myself.
I know. It's a bonus for us, then.
Giraffe.
Carry on.
Some German ladies' underwear. Zebra. And the panther slip for the gym and the knickers. And the armadillo.
Barry.
Got that one.
Oh, yes,
Right.
got that one all right.
Mike, carry on.
At that minute, a Jamaican called Hawkins approached, saying, I was going to get a pen, going to write to my friend Bill de Platt. He going to get the bus, he in the paddock. Bill de Platt, he bus, he gone.
How are you enjoying it in our
catapult.
country?
That's it, finished.
Willie, carry on.
A camel hair goat.
Camel.
Three challenges.
An overgoat, and a taper recorder.
Sorry, I was shouting at Graeme.
Yes.
A bottle of Sloth gin.
Sloth will have.
80% alcohol.
Help.
When I said, now you've tasted Mars soup, you will, they didn't spot that.
Okay. Well, there's absolutely no question about who won that one, and we go on now to a round called complete
Comes in
speeches.
a kangaroo, I was going to say.
We've moved on to the next item on the agenda, Willie.
Oh.
It's called complete speeches. And in this round, we're going to play some extracts from famous speeches and ask the teams to complete them. 1 mark for a correct answer and far more for an incorrect one. We're going to start now with Graeme Garden. We're going to play you a speech by Margaret Thatcher.
But they taught us all the right things. You know, you were taught to be responsible, to be a good citizen, to do things for other people.
And to bomb hell out of the Argies.
And to make sure your family were well provided for.
Searing.
Right. Which brings us to Barry, yours, which is a speech by Mark Thatcher.
I'm simply amazed, embarrassed. Had I known what the potential, shall we say, concern was going to be worldwide, as you say, then I think it would have almost certainly caused me to change my judgment as far as the rally was concerned.
As you noticed, I got lost in the middle of that sentence.
Mike, we go on to you now. Here's a speech by Harold Wilson.
It was a shambles from start to finish.
That is the title of my autobiography, which is out now.
Okay, good. Willie Rushton, here's a speech by Ronald Reagan.
Well, it's time to change the diet and to change it in the right way.
So I am introducing the G-plan diet. Eat a sofa.
Let's have another round of those. Graeme Garden, here's a speech by Enoch Powell.
A subject which almost every citizen knows to be of overwhelming moment has been made into a non-subject. A subject on which it is not permissible to address one's fellow countrymen.
But I liked the Thornbirds.
Barry Cryer, we've got one for you here. It's a speech by John DeLorean, and he's talking about his car firm.
If you're 10 or 11 years from the time you put your money in until you get anything back, you know, there's not even any assurance you're still going to be alive when you get to that point in time. So that isn't the reason you do it. There are a lot of easier ways to make a lot more money.
Oh, my nose has just dropped off.
Which is not to be sniffed at.
Okay. Willie Rushton, here's one for you. It's a speech by Willie Whitelaw.
But if the government are going to ask the rest of us to tighten our belts, they really must set an example and tighten their own.
Admittedly, if I tightened my belt, I'd strangle a large part of Cumberland.
Okay, and we've got a final one here from you, Mike Harding, and it's a speech by Cecil Parkinson.
I only ever succeeded on one occasion. Many of you in the hall have shared that frustrating experience.
And I've managed to get her name down for Rodine.
Okay, fine. And we go on now to the point where I ask the teams for the last time in this series to announce their late arrivals at the ball. And the ball chosen from the yellow pages, if you remember, from a week or two back, is the sports equipment ball. The sports equipment ball.
What ho! The yard balls and their son Bill.
Here's a novel occurrence. There's the late Sir Arthur Conan Doyle holding an invitation that just says Arthur C. Doyle with his daughter Lynn.
Oh. Really welcome Mr. and Mrs. Rackett and their son Dennis Rackett.
The Dimmock family and their weedy son Bill Dimmock.
Oh, there's Jock Strap with his inventor Alfred Hitchcock. That master of suspense.
I don't know whether to dash in and finish the programme now.
It would be merciful.
I'll give you another chance.
That unpopular battery hen farmer, known to us all as Badminton, and his much-travelled stud, known to us all as Shuttlecock.
There's Mr. and Mrs. Slay and their ne'er-do-well son, Downhill Bob Slay. He's on the skids.
From Armenia, Mr. and Mrs. On your side, and their argumentative netball-playing daughter, Dolores, on your side. The Argentinian couple,
Mr. and Mrs. Tintertouch, and and their rugby-playing Maori friend, Kiki Tintertouch.
And there's Diving Board.
Diving Board. Yeah, good one. Yeah.
It's Dracula. He makes a good bat.
Mr. and Mrs. Ebath and their friend from Texas, Earl Ebath.
Well, it's always nice to end with a dead heat.
I got one more.
Go ahead.
The Russian snooker players, in a pocket and in off the red.
And with Mike Harding clipping the others to the post, we come to the end of tonight's programme and also the end of the series. So we'll see you whenever. Until then, from the teams and myself, good night.
Barry Cryer, Graeme Garden, Willie Rushton and Mike Harding were being given silly things to do by Humphrey Lyttleton, with Colin setting some of them to music. The programme was produced by Paul Mayhew Archer.
Goode Street.
Warren Street.
Euston Road.
Winkerman Terrace.
Clapham South.
Oxford Circus.
Mornington Crescent.
Yep.
Yeah.
We present Everyman's Guide to Mornington Crescent, a two-part examination of the popular parlour game presented by Raymond Baxter.
What you have just heard were the voices of Tim Brooke-Taylor, Willie Rushton, Graeme Garden and Barry Cryer playing that extraordinary game Mornington Crescent, now the fourth most widely played parlour game, after Monopoly, Scrabble and Stump. Yet, whilst the histories and rules of those three games are common knowledge, Mornington Crescent remained shrouded in mystery, a mystery that we now hope to clear up. This week, we will examine the history and impact of the game on world culture, and next week we'll reveal exactly how it is played. Most people seem not only to know how to play Mornington Crescent, they also love it, or so it would appear from the comments I received when I went out and about with my tape recorder.
Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. It's inspirational on the tube.
I learnt it from my mother, who is quite an expert, really.
It's a game for clever people. It's just a fantastic game. It really makes life bearable on this train.
Well, I think it's marvellous. I mean, I don't know what we'd do without it if we didn't have it every morning.
I used to do it solo, but found it was so much better in a group.
Well, now, of course, we get latest telex messages from London that arrive early in the morning, along with our stock quotations, so that we can pinpoint the finer points of the game.
I know my wife thoroughly enjoys it. I think it's a question of being intuitive. And women are intuitive, you know.
Мы проводим каждый вечер, играем в эту игру. И Mornington Crescent, конечно, тоже очень важный.
Well, it's one of the best games because, as you can imagine, we have a lot of time to kill down here, and it's one of the best ways to pass the time away.
But the game is not only popular with the public at large and the I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue teams. It has several celebrated and distinguished supporters as well. Indeed, for novelist Beryl Bainbridge, it is much more than a game.
In my case, it just comes much nearer home because I live round the corner from the actual place. I live in Albert Street.
And she worries for its future.
I think it's getting too rigid. It's getting too understandable. That's what worries me.
How did a game which has captured the imagination of so many leading celebrities originally come into being? One of the people who has investigated its early history is Barry Cunliffe, Professor of Archaeology at Oxford University. He is now convinced that the game was brought to this country by the Romans.
But I think the real evidence comes from Fishbourne, which is this large Roman building that we excavated a few years ago down near Chichester, where they've laid out very carefully on the floor, in mosaic, a version of the game which they would use to initiate people into the arts and the skills of the game.
Now, you would expect there to be a whole range of helpful scenes around the walls, and we've got little bits of the wall painting, ladies being whipped and that sort of thing. And over in one corner, for example, it's clearly an orgy scene, where I suppose those who are waiting for their turn will just sort of sit down and amuse themselves for a while.
So it seems clear that the game originated with the Romans. But what was it called at that time? Professor Cunliffe again.
They were rather careful of their sacred names, and you wouldn't actually use the name of a sacred game. You would refer to it obliquely in some way. But there's a rather bad text found on one of the forts in Hadrian's Wall, just written on a little piece of wood, and you've just got the indentations of the stylus through the wax. And it looks like Manidolium lunatus.
So the Romans played Manidolium lunatus in the 1st century AD. But what happened to the game then? Well, apart from some vague references in Domesday Book, nothing is recorded of the game until the 14th century and Geoffrey Chaucer. Dr. Graeme Garden, besides being a household name in other fields, is also visiting lecturer in New Miami University. He has written a thesis on Chaucer's links with Mornington Crescent, and here is an extract from a recent symposium recorded in the university.
Scholars nowadays are generally agreed that it is unlikely that Geoffrey Chaucer ever actually played Mornington Crescent as such.
Right.
This conclusion is supported by the fact that during the latter part of the 14th century there was no underground station at Mornington Crescent. Indeed, in Chaucer's time, the nearest one would have been at Blackfriars. However, it must be borne in mind that in, say, the year 1390, London was a good deal smaller than it is now, and therefore Blackfriars was much closer then to Mornington Crescent, had it in fact existed, which it didn't. But if Mornington Crescent was unknown to Chaucer, in much the same way it was unknown to Genghis Khan and St. Paul the Apostle, there are clues as to his knowledge of an earlier primitive form of the game itself, Canterbury. In his narrative poem, The Canterbury Tales, which incidentally throws a fascinating light on Chaucer's speech impediment, the author chronicles a pilgrimage from London to Canterbury, using exactly the same rules as a player today would employ to plot his progress from, say, Oxford Circus to Mornington Crescent. We find proof enough of this in the prologue. When that in autumn for little apples fall, so must man to Aldwych go, from Cannon Street on the diagonal.
So it is evident that the game was flourishing in Chaucer's time, and it soon became a game favoured by royal patronage. Indeed, Holinshed's chronicles record an historic match played by Henry VIII, Catherine Howard, his 5th wife, and Thomas Cranmer. The parts in this reconstruction are taken by Willie Rushton, Tim Brooke-Taylor, and Graeme Garden.
If it pleases your Majesty to start our journey.
The Bear Garden.
Your Grace?
Holy Trinity, Aldgate.
Can't. We dissolved it.
Oh, yes, Your Majesty, I'm so sorry.
Get on with it, man.
St. Bartholomew the Great, Smithfield.
No lepers.
Perhaps His Majesty would prefer a game of stump.
I would prefer, dear Archbishop, for you to continue the game without the employment of any more poxy French openings.
Houndsditch.
What? How?
By horse.
I'm afraid, Sir Thomas.
By barge.
Horse fart, he's right. Catherine.
Ye bow of Mornington.
As you heard, Catherine Howard won that game with a back-pass trump manoeuvre. Henry's response to her victory was swift and final. Some 70 years after Catherine's execution, we are in the midst of the greatest period of English drama and the career of its finest exponent. Shakespeare's works present many allusions to Mornington Crescent. For example, we find in Richard III, Act 3, Scene 4,
My Lord of Ely, when I was last in Holborn.
And again in Act 4, Scene 2.
High-reaching Buckingham, the Marquis Dorset, as I hear, is fled to Richmond.
Also in Henry V, the French king refers to
You Dukes of Orléans, Bourbon, and of Berny, Alençon, Brabant, Bar, and Burgundy.
This, of course, was a sly dig at the French version of the game invented in 1540 and called Mornington Croissant, a game they played over breakfast. But the clearest references to Mornington Crescent occur in the first folio edition of Henry V, an edition now only performed very rarely.
Once more unto the bank, dear friends, once more, and close Black Wall up with the Bridge of Red.
Red Bridge.
In Hayes there's nothing so becomes East Ham as Morden, Sheerness, and good Becontree. But when Plaistow blows in our ears, and imitate the Acton and the Ongar, St. Stephen to New Cross, summon up St. John's Wood, disguise fair Lyttleton with St. Saviour's stage, or hang our lane and city, this confounded Hayes, Southfield with 7 dials and Weybridge station. Now set Blackheath and stretch the Vauxhall wide, and teach them Kensington Gore, and you, good Homerton, South Mims, Cricklade, Kingsland, Forest Mere, for St. Mary's and Kew, East Sheen, and Walton on the naves, that hath not Holborn, Leicester Square, and Guys. I see yon strand like Houndsditch, Pinner, and Whip's Cross, Hainault, Upham, and St. Bart's. The game's afoot. Follow your spirit, and be not rancorous. Cry God for Hurlingham, Dingwall, and St. Pancras!
Coming closer to the present day, there is a wide variety of documentary evidence of the game's popularity and influence. For instance, Charles Horace Whittaker's 1927 book, Mornington Crescent Made Easy, sold over 100,000 copies and was translated into 15 languages. And this, despite an abridged and hopelessly inadequate chapter on the adult version of the game involving Soho Square. Also at this time, some enterprising musicians brought out a song about the game, and this was soon being sung in pubs and theatres up and down the country.
I'm Lord Mornington Crescent, I'm extremely unpleasant. I dress up in ladies' attire, and leap from the closet with a cry of, how was it? Then invariably pee in the fire. I'm Cress, in mummy's own dress. I walk up pell-mell night and day. Almost everyone knows me as Cynthia or Rosemary. I'm Lord Mornington Crescent, hooray, hooray. I'm Lord Mornington Crescent, and all of you isn't. I'm the last of the Bakerloo line. I've given up girls. Well, they say breeding tells, and it does. Oh, it does. So does wine. I'm Cress, a psychological mess. My ambition's to appear on page 3. I sometimes get rather cross. I'm half the woman father was. I'm Lord Mornington Crescent. That's me. That's him.
Lord Mornington Crescent was sung there by the Crescentaires on a recording made in 1929. And of course the page 3 mentioned in the song was not page 3 of The Sun. It was in fact page 3 of Hansard, which was then seeking to increase its readership in the Lords. Mornington Crescent nowadays, however, is an altogether more serious affair. There is now a small band of professional players, including the I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue teams, who give demonstrations of the game and also participate in a series of sponsored competitions. Far more prestigious than those, however, is the amateur circuit, culminating each year in the World Championships. Last year, these championships were held in Reykjavik, and as usual, Radio 3 broadcast street-by-street commentary. As you'll remember, the final was a taut contest between Egypt's Ahmed Kazir and the defending champion, Finland's Stig Snorgenborg. The commentator on this brief extract is Brian Johnston, with statistical analysis from Bill Frindle.
And good morning to our Radio 3 listeners. You join us on a bright, crisp morning in Reykjavik, and although the forecast has threatened some rain later in the day, this shouldn't interfere with the play too much here inside the hall. And now the champion is about to open the proceedings. He's leaning into the table with that fine aggressive action of his.
The Angel Islington.
The Angel Islington. That's remarkable. I don't think I ever remember the Angel being used as an opening gambit in the World Championship before. Perhaps the Bearded Wonder would check that for us. It certainly rocked Ahmed Kazir back on his heels. It immediately puts him in nip and cuts off his hindquarters in the sudden intersection.
Brian, the Angel has been used once before in the Karachi final of 1972. Islington High Street's been used 3 times.
Oxford Circus.
Oh, and that's a jolly fine response from Ahmed. He's using Junkin's progression, which opens the game to suburban bidding and allows him to make a lateral shift in 2.
Ottoman Street.
Oh, that's a mistake. He gives a chance to Ackers.
B Street.
And he's missed it. We have to put that down as a chance. If Ackers had said Lansdowne Road, he'd have deployed a triple Helsinki, foreclosed the circle line, and reverse looped to Mornington Crescent in 1.
And that would have been the second fastest win this season after Humphrey Lyttleton's victory in the 3rd round of the Mitsuhisonic Classic.
And now Stiggers is wiping his brow with relief.
And that's a move he's not made since the 2nd round of the 1981 finals in Tokyo.
Pentonville Road.
Oh, and he's come out with Huguenot's Gamble. What audacity.
Downing Street.
Oh, and Ackers has conceded. There's no hope for anyone who moves there.
Mornington Crescent.
And it's first blood to Stiggers. And while we wait for the players to change ends, I've just got time to thank Mrs. Williams, I think it is, yes, Mrs. Williams of Leeds, for the really delicious chocolate cake she sent us.
Brian, in fact, that's the 15th cake we've received this year, and that's only 2 less than our world record of 17 cakes during the 1982 championships.
And Stig Snorgenborg went on to take the title for the 3rd year running. One person who was mentioned there, but who was not allowed to take part, is Humphrey Lyttleton, chairman of I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, and, according to many, the finest living exponent of Mornington Crescent. He feels very strongly about his exclusion from the World Championships.
I mean, it was so stupid. It wasn't the fact that I was getting a fee from the BBC and therefore lost my amateur status. It was the fact that I officiated in a game.
On the other hand, the financial rewards must be some consolation, surely.
Well, certainly you'd get a first prize on the professional circuit of something in the neighbourhood of 10,000. I don't like to talk about money, but £10,000.
As little as that?
Yes, because that's nothing to the honour of winning the World Championship. Yes. But you can imagine, for me, I mean, I don't want to say too much about the thing. I enjoy, officiating, and I'm sorry I haven't a clue. But you can imagine it's a bit like Harvey Smith or David Broome finding themselves condemned to judging donkey races on Blackpool Beach when you've taken part in the highest form of the game.
But even if Humphrey were allowed to compete in the World Championships, for how much longer could he expect to do well? Mornington Crescent, like other sports and games, is becoming a young person's activity. This was amply demonstrated in a recent edition of Top of the Form, which included a round on the game. The teams were from King Henry VIII School, Abergavenny, and Queen Elizabeth Boys School, Barnet, and the question masters, as usual, were Paddy Feeney and Tim Gudgeon.
John, when playing Crabbett's rule, what must follow King's Cross?
Baker Street?
It's right, yes, because of the diagonals, of course.
On to the other John Slattery, who famously said that she was not amused when she lost at Mornington Crescent. I'll have to hurry you on this one, John.
Queen Victoria?
Queen Victoria is correct. Well done. Do you know, in fact, who she lost to? Can you remember that? No, it doesn't matter. She was beaten by Disraeli. You still get your 2 marks. Good.
Right, Christopher, who delayed starting a battle in order to complete a game of Mornington Crescent?
Was it Sir Francis Drake?
No, that was Bowles. So it's across to John for a bonus.
John Slattery?
The Duke of Wellington?
The Duke of Wellington is absolutely right, and a bonus mark there too, John. Yes, of course, it was before the Battle of Aix-la-Chapelle. Actually, it was only a skirmish because Napoleon got tired of waiting and he marched on to Waterloo, as you know. And now we go on to Jonathan Allen. Back to the game itself now, Jonathan. Playing buttons opening and without passing water, what is the shortest route from the Holloway Road to Mornington Crescent under curfew conditions?
Holloway Road, Mile End Road, the Tower of London, and Mornington Crescent.
And absolutely no doubt about that one whatsoever. My goodness, Tim, they really know what they're talking about, don't they?
Good answers coming.
An extract from one of this year's Top of the Form quarter-finals. But Mornington Crescent has become, for some, a serious danger, the danger of addiction. What is more, as far as agony aunt Claire Rayner is concerned, the problem of this addiction to the game is on the increase.
I'm getting more and more letters every week.
Indeed she is. One of these letters was from a London taxi driver.
He decided that he could only cope if he went to destinations along routes allowed by Crabbett's rule. Now, this used to mean that he took about 6 hours to get from Heathrow to Piccadilly, which is about an hour longer than usual. So he'd been beaten up once or twice, with rolled-up newspapers, and he was getting very bothered about this.
Another addict, whose name she gave us, lives in Hounslow, and he kindly agreed to be interviewed. To protect his anonymity, we recorded the interview in subdued lighting, and not in his own home, but in the home of his next-door neighbour, a Mr. Taylor of 46 East Walk.
Quite frankly, Mornington Crescent cost me my job. I make no bones about it. I suppose it was my own fault, but once I was hooked... Well,
what was your job?
I was a ticket seller on the Central Line.
And in what way did this...
Well, in the obvious way, really. Somebody would come up to me in my booth and hold out a pound note and say maybe Bond Street. And I couldn't resist, I suppose. I couldn't fight it. And the minute they'd say Bond Street, I come straight back with Turnham Green or Fulham Broadway or even Goldhawk Road.
And very good play,
or
too,
Westbourne
if I may say
Park.
so. Good Lord, that's absolutely incredible.
Well, I was playing at that level.
Yes.
Well, the worst was the time with this woman. She comes up and she says, Great Portland Street. And I really couldn't help myself. I couldn't.
No, but surely.
I came out with Latimer Road.
Oh, no.
She was a player. She whammed right back at me with Edgware Road.
And what did you do?
Cockfosters.
To a woman?
She was class. We was at it hammer and tongs for half an hour. She'd give as good as she got.
Yes. Who won?
They broke us up. Bucket of cold water job. Half an hour. The queue for tickets was 3 times round the block.
And so you lost your...
I lost my job, yeah.
And have you played since?
No, never.
Thank you for being so frank. Actually, where were you a ticket seller?
Queensway.
Fulham Broadway.
Barons Court.
Kentish Town.
Stepney Green.
White City.
Embankment.
Dagenham Heathway.
Moore Park.
Banjo.
Harness Grove.
So what can be done to help these sufferers? Claire Rayner again.
Fortunately, help is available. There's now an organisation called Mornington Crescent Anonymous. It's Mockers for short, M-O, so you follow it. And I often say to people, putting the mockers on them is definitely the answer to their addiction. They're in Wimpole Street now, their original offices were in Mornington Crescent itself, but it made life very difficult for addicts living south of the river. So they couldn't get to it if they were playing Lippmann's rules.
But it isn't only players of Mornington Crescent who may need help. It now seems possible that the game itself is in jeopardy. Conservative plans for London following the abolition of the GLC will necessitate radical alterations to the rules. For example, one Tory proposal is to rename all streets with Labour connotations, including Trott Street, Livingston Road, and High Street Ken. But leader of the GLC, Ken Livingstone, believes other Tory plans could be even more devastating.
I don't think you're just going to get the abolition of all the names which have any connotation with the grand traditions of this great movement of ours in London. But you'll get things like Penny Lane turned into Lawson Street, and Hanger Lane into Britain Road, and no U-turns allowed because it's contrary to government policy, creates a climate of wishy-washy pinkoism. Now, we also know that great historical events, such as the Tolpuddle Martyrs, they used to meet in a pub next to Mornington Crescent. And that's behind, as we understand it, behind the government's decision that Mornington Crescent should be one of the stations to close.
But like other aficionados of the game, Ken Livingstone is determined not to give up hope.
I think it's important to see some light at the end of the tunnel. The Labour Party is pledged to restore a GLC with wider powers, so we could perhaps have 2 or 3 Mornington Crescents under the next Labour government. And all this wickedness will be done away with, and once again people will be happy and dancing in the streets like Victory Day.
Let us hope his dream is fulfilled. Next week, in part 2 of this programme, The Rules of the Game, we shall reveal to the uninitiated exactly how to play Mornington Crescent. Meanwhile, let's end this week as we began with the I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue teams. What are their favourite moves?
I'd have to go for Knightsbridge to Ongar.
I don't know. My favourite move, though, must be Knightsbridge to Ongar.
Oh, Knightsbridge to Ongar.
Well, it has to be Ongar to Knightsbridge, but I suppose everyone says that.
Everyman's Guide to Mornington Crescent was presented by Raymond Baxter. It was researched and compiled by Graeme Garden, Tim Brooke-Taylor, Willie Rushton, Barry Cryer, and the producer, Paul Mayhew Archer.